Okay. I'm Susan Levine, Director of the Institute for the Humanities, and on behalf of all of the units at UIC and others that have sponsored this event, I welcome you to the first session of our Symposium on Slavery and its Aftermath in the Atlantic World. Before we start, one or two announcements. First, I'd like to acknowledge that UIC Chancellor Paula Allen Mears is here. Unfortunately, she had an important phone call, and she'll be coming in a few minutes, but I did want to thank her for her support for this event. I also want to mention that some of the books of some of our speakers will be available in the UIC bookstore downstairs throughout the day, so that too. And today we're going to have a session this morning. We'll break for lunch, and we'll have another session this afternoon. Before we start, I would like to introduce Maria Schechtman, Professor of Philosophy and Associate Dean in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, and she'll say a few words of welcome.
Thank you, Susan, and good morning to everybody. I am so very pleased to see you all here and to extend a very warm welcome on behalf of the entire College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, myself, and Dean Estrida Tantillo, who unfortunately could not make it today. So this symposium, this exciting and important symposium, was initiated 2 years ago by a group of UIC faculty and librarians as a cross-discipline, cross-college collaboration. And they took some of their inspiration for this collaboration from the UIC Library's unique collection of works on abolition, the founding of Sierra Leone, the transatlantic slave trade, and modern Caribbean literature. And you will get a chance to see some of this, and I think you all have a postcard, so that's going to be a very exciting part of the events today. Now, from this collection, they were able to put together this event to showcase UIC Humanities Scholarship, of which we are extremely proud. And the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences is very, very pleased to be a co-sponsor for this event, and we hope that it's going to serve as a model for many such events in the future, and some of them are already in the works, and undoubtedly you'll hear about them as well. So just before we start, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the people and the entities that made this conference possible. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank Sue Levine and Lisa Vavra from the Institute for the Humanities. A year ago, they took the lead in organizing the symposium and coordinating the various individuals and units who are involved in it. And as you will see as I go on to thank these individuals and units, this was no small task. So I want to recognize and thank also Barbara Ransby from the Department of African American Studies, Sunil Agnani and Natasha Barnes from the Department of English, Laura Hostetler, Corey Capers, and Jim Searing from the Department of History, and Dick Simpson from the Department of Political Science for their dedication and their efforts. And I would like also to thank our co-sponsors, the Institute for the Humanities, the Office of the Chancellor, the Office of the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Office of the Vice Provost for Undergraduate Affairs, the Great Cities Institute, the Social Justice Initiative, Honors College, Library, and the Departments of Political Science, History, African American Studies, and English. There is also the Office of International Affairs, International Studies Program, British Consulate General of Chicago, and the Illinois Humanities Council. And all of these entities came together to make this event the exciting and wonderful event that it is. And I think you can see now that coordinating them was really a job. And I'm so pleased it's come together beautifully. Once again, welcome to UIC. And I really hope you enjoy your time here on campus and in our crisp autumnal Chicago weekend. And of course, I know you will enjoy the symposium. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Maria. Now I'd like to introduce Valerie Harris from the UIC Library, Special Collections Librarian. And she's going to make some announcements about the exhibition, Commerce in Human Souls, the Legacy of the Atlantic Slave Trade, which you will all have a chance to visit this afternoon.
Good morning and welcome. What Chicago lacks in an interesting topography, we make up for in completely unpredictable weather. I'm very pleased on behalf of the University Library to be able to welcome you here today. When Nancy Cirillo and I started talking about the possibility of developing an exhibit based on these remarkable collections about 2 years ago, I don't think that we could have imagined that it would culminate in this coming together of these stellar scholars and having the opportunity to invite you all to the department to learn a little bit about our collections here at UIC Library that maybe are unexpected. And tonight, I ask you to join us immediately following the panels to come over to the University Library, have a glass of wine, a little nosh, have the opportunity to talk with Nancy about the story she decided to tell using these collections, and to mingle with our colleagues here and discuss all the great ideas that we'll be hearing today. So thank you and welcome.
So everyone be sure after the afternoon session to walk over to the library. It's not far, and I think it'll be very interesting. Now, I would like to introduce Jim Searing, Professor of History at UIC, to introduce this morning's panel. And as I said earlier, at the end of the session, we'll have a lunch break and we'll reconvene at 1:30 for a panel on Black Atlantic in the Age of Revolution. So, Jim?
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first panel of this conference. I'm pleased to be here introducing three stellar scholars who will be talking about themes that I'd like to introduce. One thing I've been asked to do is to explain the thinking behind this panel, since I was the one who sent out the invitations. Well, I began by thinking about the document collection that we've been hearing about, and particularly about those documents from the Sierra Leone Company that came into the hands of the UIC Library. That collection, I thought, deserved to be featured in at least one of the panels for today, for the conference, and so I took on the task of organizing that panel. So this is the story of the founding of Freetown by the Sierra Leone Company in 1792, and the story that we heard eloquently from Lawrence Hill yesterday about the arrival of over 1,200 freed slaves, now usually called Nova Scotians, freed slaves who had supported the British during the American Revolution and who now arrived as adventurers and settlers in Sierra Leone. This was one of the earliest and most important return migrations of former slaves to West Africa. And as I thought about it, I drew on what I knew about this history. I happen to have a Canadian and a Nova Scotian connection. And so I knew about this history because I had read a book by a Canadian historian, James W. St. G. Walker, Black Loyalists, The Search for a Promised Land in Nova Scotia and Sierra Leone. That was the book, if you read the back part of Lawrence Hill's novel, that he says he stole from his father's library collection and kept for many years. And I can thank Lawrence Hill for, in many ways, presenting a broad canvas that already introduced this panel in some fashion. As a novelist, he had the ability and the skill to work on a broad canvas that really draws together the story in West Africa, in South Carolina, in New York, in Nova Scotia, and then in Sierra Leone and London. For historians and scholars, it's proved much more difficult to put together that larger story. In other words, the influence of national histories, which cast their shadow even backwards before nation states emerged, meant that this story tended to be divided into segments: an American segment about the Revolutionary Wars, a Canadian segment about the arrival of the Black Loyalists and their history in Nova Scotia, and then West African segments that continued the story. And various people tried to put together much of this story. And now today, I think we are seeing a rethinking of much of this story by scholars who are working in a framework that allows them to think about these histories in new and important ways. So I was looking for someone, in other words, who had tackled this subject recently. And the first topic I thought about was the story of the American Revolutionary War and the participation by slaves on both sides seeking their freedom. At first, I found it difficult to find a historian, and in fact, I did not find a historian who was doing recent work on this topic. But then I learned that Alan Gilbert was about to publish a book on this story and to write upon it from a different perspective, that of political theory, but a political theorist doing history. Another date that immediately came to mind as I thought about the panel was 1783, the end of the American Revolutionary Wars. And this was also the date, importantly, when the British abolitionist movement really emerges as a powerful voice against the slave trade and slavery. For me, this date pointed more clearly to someone, and that person is Christopher Brown, whose magisterial book on abolition, Moral Capital, explores the beginnings of the British abolitionist movement, but does it in a frame that includes both sides of the Atlantic. And then thinking about the repercussions of these events, I thought about the aftermath, that is, the abolition of the slave trade by Great Britain in 1807, and the transformation of Sierra Leone into a crown colony in 1808. After 1808, Freetown, in effect, was transformed into the base of British anti-slavery activities in West Africa. And in the first decades of the 19th century, tens of thousands of slaves were freed from slaving vessels and then liberated in Freetown, which eventually became the hub of important migrations of freed slaves, attempting, in part, that is, some stayed in Freetown, but others attempted to return to their homelands in West Africa. And because these same decades were decades of turmoil and warfare for the Yoruba people of West Africa, many of these slaves were Yoruba. And their efforts to return home had important repercussions for West Africa, for the Yoruba, and for the British Empire. And here my thoughts turn to Kristin Mann, whose book, Slavery and the Birth of an African City, Lagos, 1760 to 1900, explores the history of Lagos from its rise as a center of the illegal slave trade to pursue a nuanced and very concrete history of the story of slave emancipation. So that is basically the idea behind this panel, to try, in other words, to do what Lawrence Hill could do in fiction, but to present scholarly efforts to really bridge, to look at these histories in new frames that are not national. They're not really transnational because nation states were really not the norm in this period, but they certainly were Atlantic. So now I'd like to say a little more about the panelists without taking too much time or simply reciting elements of their CVs. It's important to say something about the people we're about to hear. So I'll do so in the order of the presentations as listed on the program. Christopher Brown received his PhD from Oxford University in 1994, and he is currently professor of history at Columbia University. I mentioned a major book that he published in 2006, Moral Capital, Foundations of British Abolitionism. And this book deservedly garnered a number of awards. Frederick Douglass Prize from the Gilbert Lehrman Center, the Forkoch Prize from the American Historical Association, and the James A. Raleigh Prize, also from the American Historical Association in 2006. Christopher Brown is also the co-editor with Philip D. Morgan of important book, interesting book, Arming Slaves, from the classical era to the modern age. And what I would like to emphasize is the way in which I think Moral Capital, Foundations of British Abolitionism, really gives us new insights on the emergence of abolition as a powerful force in the Atlantic world. Later I learned, or Chris told me, he's a bit interested in origins. And so today we're also going to hear a paper with origins in the title. And I was also pleased to learn that he is now contemplating a project which will bring him partly into West African history. Alan Gilbert is currently the John Evans Professor, the Graduate School of International Studies, University of Denver. He received his PhD from Harvard University in 1974. Most of his work focuses on democratic theory, international relations theory, social theory, and the history of political thought. He is the author of Must Global Politics Constrain Democracy? Great Power Realism, Democratic Peace, and Democratic Internationalism, published in 1999, and Democratic Individuality. And of course, many other publications of this kind. But most importantly, for the purpose of this conference, he has recently authored the book Black Patriots and Loyalists, Fighting for Emancipation in the War for Independence, which was published in April 2012. He reads the sources carefully and with the eyes of a political theorist. And for a historian who reads his book, in other words, you get a different kind of treatment of ideas, a different kind of intellectual history. But his book is very much grounded in primary sources, and so any historian can see how deeply researched his book is. And finally, Kristin Mann, she is currently a professor of history at Emory University. She received her PhD from Stanford University in 1977. Most recently, she is the author of Slavery and the Birth of an African City, Lagos, 1760 to 1900, which came out in 2007, which was a finalist for the Frederick Douglass Prize. Her current work, I think, is the inspiration for what we'll hear today. She has a book project called Transatlantic Lives, Slavery and Freedom in West Africa and Brazil that will explore the connections created by migrations back and forth across the Atlantic world, with particular attention to the return of slaves to West Africa. Kristin's work has given us a nuanced view of the complexity of the end of slavery and slave emancipation in Lagos and neighboring regions of Nigeria. Her study pays attention to idioms of kinship, very much to gender and other topics, and really is a very important work for scholars interested in the history of the Atlantic world. So without further ado, I would like to turn things over to Christopher Brown.
Good morning. It's really wonderful to be here. Been looking forward to this event. Thank you, Jim, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to share the stage with scholars that I admire and that I've learned from. And so it's I'm looking forward to the session. I'm looking forward to the remainder of the conference. My contribution, I suppose, is to provide a little bit of intellectual and political context for the Sierra Leone venture. And along the way, I also want to suggest that the political history of the Atlantic slave trade is more interesting, more complicated than we've been told. The idea of legitimate commerce, the idea that Europe could acquire staple crops like sugar and cotton directly from Africa, and thus render the American colonies in the Atlantic slave trade redundant, unnecessary, figured centrally in abolitionist propaganda in Britain and across Europe during the late 18th and early 19th centuries. It became an article of faith informing abolitionist testimony before Parliament, the establishment of the Sierra Leone Company, Danish and French schemes to promote slave trade abolition, and a whole series of colonizing ventures in the 19th century up to and through the infamous Niger expedition of 1840. In the campaign against the Atlantic slave trade, the idea of legitimate commerce mattered as much, if not more, than the ideology of free labor, which has received comparatively much more attention. Now, we know something about the consequences of the idea or ideology of legitimate commerce. Its legacies, what it wrought in the 19th century in European imperialism and the shift in ventures, European ventures across the 19th century and arguably into the 20th century. We know much less about where this complex of ideas came from, and that's my subject this morning. At first glance, there would seem to be a simple answer to this question. The abolitionists invented the idea of legitimate commerce to justify slave trade abolition, to make an economic case for a moral cause. In this telling, legitimate commerce emerged as a means to an end rather than an end in itself. It took shape first as a claim before it became a conviction. It arose to make the case before it became a matter, an article of faith. An abundance of evidence would seem to support this view. For the first abolitionists argued for commercial alternatives to the Atlantic slave trade, some other form of commerce with West Africa, sometime after, not before, and not when they became committed to slave trade abolition. For most, it facilitated a transition from moral commitment to anti-slavery principles to a political commitment to abolitionist action. This is apparent, for instance, in the work of Thomas Clarkson. His first publication, his 1785 essay on the slavery and commerce of the human species, particularly the African, said absolutely nothing about legitimate commerce, showed only the most limited interest in commercial alternatives to the Atlantic slave trade. All that Clarkson was concerned with was making the moral case against the traffic. It took several years for Clarkson to decide that abolition could be accomplished only if economic arguments could be made to bolster the moral claims. Once the need to lobby Parliament became the aim, Clarkson began to investigate and then educate others on the commercial benefits that slave trade abolition might yield. So by 1787, he had started to gather and share specimens of African produce, as he called them, that British merchants, he contended, too often overlooked. This line of argument culminated in 1788 with his essay on the impolicy of the African slave trade, the first British anti-slavery tract to dispense with the moral case for abolition altogether, and emphasized instead that the Atlantic slave trade diverted the African economy from equally profitable alternatives. Never again in his later publications would Clarkson argue for slave trade abolition without also insisting that staple crop trades from Africa could and would take its place once the slave trade was abolished. For Clarkson and for others in his cohort, the commitment to anti-slavery reform came first. The arguments for legitimate commerce arose after. One could denounce the Atlantic slave trade without also calling for a new traffic in African commodities, at least for a time. Anthony Benezet presents the most obvious and important example. Only the last and longest of his 3 publications on Africa, Some Historical Account of Guinea, first printed in 1771, sketched the prospective benefits of legitimate commerce. He had published a number of tracts over the previous decade without mentioning the possibility of encouraging a sugar or cotton trade from West Africa. There, in the final paragraph of the last of his texts, in a statement that he failed to develop, Benezet suggested that, quote, a considerable advantage might accrue to the British nation in general if the slave trade was laid aside by the cultivation of a fair, friendly, and humane commerce with the Africans. The continent, he said, was stored with vast treasures of materials necessary for the trade and manufactures of Great Britain. In addition, most of the commodities which are imported to Europe from the American colonies could, in his words, under proper management, be produced in Africa in the greatest plenty. The advantages of this trade would soon become so great that it's evident, he concluded, that this subject merits regard and attention of the government. In this way, Benezet seemed to anticipate in 1771, and perhaps even encourage later abolitionist emphasis upon legitimate trade. Yet the line of argument never mattered much to him. He made no mention of commercial alternatives to the Atlantic slave trade in his later publications or in what now remains of his original correspondence between 1771 and 1784, just as the Anglo-American movement is starting to begin. That absence, that reluctance to make the economic case, moved later abolitionists to address the deficiency, to devise a usable Benezet. The Society for Effecting the Abolition of the Slave Trade republished his historical account of Guinea in 1788 to aid the emerging movement. And since Benezet failed, from their perspective, to make the case for legitimate commerce, the Publication Committee for the Abolition Society simply added an appendix to the original text. This appendix included a series of queries, 12 in all, that told readers why slave trade abolition from a commercial perspective would serve Britain well. 7 of these are worth quoting in full since they delineate what was meant by legitimate commerce as of 1788 and convey as well as any text the hopes and assumptions that informed it. 1, whether so extensive and populous a country as Africa is will not admit of a far more extensive and profitable trade to Great Britain than it yet ever has done. 2, whether it would not be more to the interest of all the European nations concerned in the trade to Africa, rather to endeavor to cultivate a friendly, humane, and civilized commerce with those people into the very center of their extended country, than to content themselves with a trifling portion upon the seacoast of Africa. 3, whether the great hindrance and obstruction to the Europeans cultivating a humane and Christian-like commerce with those populous countries has not wholly proceeded from the unjust, inhumane, and unchristian-like traffic called the slave trade, which is carried on by the Europeans. 4, whether this trade and this only was not the primary cause and still continues to be the chief cause of those eternal and incessant broils, quarrels, and animosities which subsist between Negro princes and chiefs, and consequently for those eternal wars which subsist among them, in which they are induced to carry on in order to make prisoners of one another for the sake of the slave trade. 5, whether if trade was carried on with them for a series of years as it has been with other countries that have not been less barbarous, and the Europeans gave no encouragement whatsoever to the slave trade, Those cruel wars among the blacks would not cease in a fair and honorable commerce, I love that phrase, a fair and honorable commerce, in time take place throughout the whole country. And whether the example of the Dutch, 6, in the East Indies, who have civilized innumerable of the natives and brought them to the European way of clothing, etc., does not give reasonable hope that these suggestions are not visionary but founded on experience, as well as on humane and Christian-like principles. And then finally, 7, whether commerce in general has not proved the great means of gradually civilizing all nations, even the most savage and brutal. So why not the Africans? In its assumptions about Africans, about Africa, and about the Africa trade, these queries marked out the consensus that took shape among nearly all opponents of the Atlantic slave trade in Britain and elsewhere by 1790. All that was missing here was a detailed statement concerning the particular commodities that might be procured from the various parts of the West African coast. The kind of list that would become familiar in the work of Thomas Clarkson and in abolitionist propaganda once the anti-slavery movement began. All the more remarkable, then, that these words, appended to a 1780 abolitionist text, first appeared in print nearly 40 years before, in 1751, in the first edition of the Universal Dictionary of Trade and Commerce. The abolitionists could not have invented the idea of legitimate commerce, for the notion predated the development of abolitionist movements in Britain and America by several decades. The idea of reorganizing the Africa trade arose from circumstances and contexts outside those typically associated with the origins of anti-slavery ideas. The argument for legitimate commerce, I want to suggest, developed first out of debates about the management and direction of trade in Africa, rather than from concerns about the morality of the slave trade or slaving in the Americas. The editor of the Universal Dictionary of Trade and Commerce, Malachi Postlethwaite, called on the British government to substitute staple crop exports for the slave trade repeatedly between 1751 and 1774. This was a favorite idea of his that ran through almost all of his publications, including with increasing sophistication and detail in subsequent editions of the Universal Dictionary in 1758, 1766, and 1774. He regarded the good that would come from nurturing alternatives to the Atlantic slave trade as self-evident. No one in Britain in the third quarter of the 18th century promoted the idea of legitimate commerce with greater enthusiasm. Now, Postlethwaite would seem to be an unexpected source of abolitionist argument. During the 1740s, in the final decade before its dissolution, he served as the Royal Africa Company's chief propagandist. When historians have needed a representative quote from the era attesting to the importance of the slave trade to the British Empire, they often have selected a passage or two from one of his early publications. The series of pamphlets he published in 1745 and 1746 to save the Royal Africa Company from bankruptcy make his orientation clear. There was the African trade, the great pillar and support of the British plantation trade in the Americas. There was the importance of effectually supporting the Royal Africa Company in England. And finally, the national and private advantages of the African trade considered. Postlethwaite is a most unlikely candidate to have initiated a critique of the Atlantic slave trade, to describe the slave trade as an abomination and a peaceful traffic in export crops as a solution. Yet there were continuities in Postlethwaite's writings about the Africa trade, regardless of whether he was for the slave trade or against it. He worried that the British government and the British nation more generally habitually undervalued the traffic, that too frequently it was treated as a peripheral part of British overseas enterprise. He thought instead that the African trade made possible all of the rest, that the American colonies and by extension Atlantic commerce more generally depended on it, that the state that achieved primacy in the Africa trade would achieve supremacy in the Atlantic world. Yet in too many sections of the coast, he argued, Britain had seemed to cede influence to European rivals, to the French in Senegal, to the Dutch along the Gold Coast. By allowing individual traders to organize and conduct the traffic, Parliament had compromised Britain's ability, he argued, to assert its national interests in Atlantic Africa. The independent traders cared more about individual profits than national prestige. They made fortunes for themselves, but the nation as a whole steadily lost influence, he argued, on the Atlantic coast. He favored, therefore, a broad public investment, not merely in a slave trade, but chartered companies that could serve not only as agents of commerce, but as the beachhead for the presence of a British imperial state on the West African coast. He defended the Royal Africa Company up until its dissolution in 1752 because he thought the company the only body capable of defending and advancing British economic and strategic interests in West Africa. And after its dissolution, he had in mind a new chartered corporation that would make the cultivation of staple crops, cotton, sugar, coffee, tobacco, indigo, its principal mission. For Postlethwaite, the problem with the Atlantic slave trade was less the slave trade itself than the traffic in staple crops it seemed to discourage. So his dream of reorganizing the Africa trade emerged first from the failed campaign to preserve chartered companies and extend their coastal establishment. It was Postlethwaite who equipped the first opponents of the British slave trade to think of commerce with Africa in new ways. Benezet plagiarized him extensively, although he did not acknowledge his debt to Postlethwaite's work. Early abolitionists in North America quoted Postlethwaite extensively on the commercial benefits that might follow from abolishing the slave trade. He influenced French intellectuals too. There's an international dimension to this intellectual history, particularly the physiocrats who declared repeatedly after reading Postlethwaite that the cruel and unjust Atlantic slave trade should be abolished and replaced by a peaceful trade in tropical commodities cultivated by free labor in Africa. From the very first voyages, one wrote, all these slave traders should have done was to have asked for sugar canes instead of human creatures. They would have received big, juicy, delicious ones because Africa has plenty of them. They should have, quote, let the Negroes cultivate their sugar cane peacefully in their own countries and to give them in exchange alcohol, iron, glass, and other European merchandise, not for their children and neighbors, but for their raw sugar and indigo. In the same year, Pierre Dupont de Nemours thought that it would suffice to create only a few establishments on the coast, to send artisans, builders of mills and boilers there, and to say to the Negroes, friends, you see that sugar cane? Cut it. Pass it through the 2 rollers we offer you. Make the juice boil in the boiler, and we shall pay you for the syrup produced. Now, this was just talk in the late 18th century. It's true, but there was a lot of it. Among the physiocrats, and their ideas informed the program of French abolitionists in the 1790s to an important degree, a program that would promote the abolition of the French slave trade and the opening of a new French empire in Africa in almost equal measure, just as Postlethwaite had proposed in Britain many years before. To an important degree, Postlethwaite put the idea of legitimate commerce on the agenda of the Enlightenment in the late 18th century. Now, the broader cultural and intellectual milieu, of course, lent support to these early arguments for diversifying the Africa trade. Postlethwaite and his successors took for granted certain truths, what they thought were truths, about Africa, about Africans, and the dynamics of cross-cultural trade. There was first the idea of tropical abundance, that any commodity cultivated in the American tropics could be transplanted and grown in vast quantities in Africa as well. There was second the image of the African hinterland as possessing untold riches, as the center of wealth, and in Emanuel Swedenborg's famous conception, the locus of spiritual power. And with these went a theory about the impact of commerce on social development, that the exchange of commodities always civilized primitive peoples, facilitated peace between societies, promoted agricultural improvement, and thereby encouraged social and economic progress. Africans would produce staple crops rather than captives, it was assumed, if given sufficient incentive to do so. When schemes to colonize took shape, a fourth set of assumptions about land in West Africa came into play. That in some places, land was unclaimed, underpopulated, or readily available, with initiative and diplomacy, for European settlement. And there were assumptions, too, in a few instances about biology and health, that in time, with sufficient discipline and attention to hygiene, European colonists could settle and survive in Africa over many generations. There were others, but these 5, about the soil, the interior, the social effects of commerce, about access to land, about the possibilities of survival, each figured prominently in the ideology of legitimate commerce as it took shape. But intellectual history only tells one part of the story. Experience in Africa and experience with Africa, even more than the image of Africa, I want to suggest, helps account for the circumstances that gave rise to notions of legitimate commerce. European opinion often depended upon what people thought was happening along the Atlantic coast in any given moment. The link between a declining stake in the Atlantic slave trade and a nascent interest in alternatives to it, so evident in Postlethwaite's work, recurred across the late 18th century. French political economists, the ones that I cited, liked Postlethwaite's idea of legitimate commerce, but that perhaps they worried even more that Britain would beat France to the African hinterland. They feared that a British empire in Africa would bar France access to slaves there and thereby enable Britain, in the words of one, to destroy French commerce and navigation not only in Africa, but as a consequence in Europe and in the Americas as well. A scramble for Africa could be imagined in the 18th century, more than a century before it occurred. Shortly after the loss of the Senegal trade to Britain during the 7 Years' War, the French ministry directed botanist Michael Addison in 1763 to write a report outlining the agricultural value of Africa, with the aim of preparing the way for a new French settlement on the mainland just south of the Senegal. This prompted plans to establish coffee, cotton, cocoa, and indigo plantations along the African coast between the island of Gorée and the Gambia River. The difficulty of competing in the Atlantic slave trade, especially after the 7 Years' War for France, as well as its steadily increasing costs, now required France in the 1770s to look for new commercial opportunities on the West African coast. French officials thought, quote, the land opposite of Gorée and along the coast just as good as that of America. The climate is about the same, and coffee, sugar, and cocoa will grow here just as easily. In time, a settlement there might render unnecessary the plantation colonies in the West Indies. In the British Isles, similarly, a sudden interest in transforming, rearranging, reorienting the Africa trade arose in the early 1780s in response to the loss of the American colonies during the American Revolution. There were more than a dozen schemes in this period suggesting that new settlements in Africa could compensate for losses in America. The Sierra Leone project was only one of these. It's the one that proved to be most successful. There was a whole bunch of them that were circulating at the time. The British government might send felons to settle in the Gambia River, since it was no longer possible to ship those sentenced to transportation off to Pennsylvania, or Virginia, or Maryland. It was suggested in another instance that a Gambia colony could serve as a breadbasket for the Caribbean islands, providing corn and other necessaries, which heretofore they received from America. Another proposed that the great quantity and fine quality of Gambia cotton could serve as a substitute for the loss of Tobago, surrendered to France at the Peace of 1783. This pattern repeated itself during the French Revolution. The insurrection in Saint-Domingue and the subsequent emancipation of slaves in French possessions in the 1790s promoted fundamental questions about the future of staple crop production in French dominions. The new foreign minister, Charles Talleyrand, in 1797, thought that France should establish new colonies whose connections with ourselves, in his words, may be more natural, more useful, and more durable. These, he thought, should be established on the West African coast. The ambition to colonize the West African coast has a longer history than scholars have realized. The Sierra Leone venture, as it happens, represented the second formal attempt by the British government to encourage staple crop exports from Africa, not the first. In 1758, during the 7 Years' War, the British government captured the French West African trading posts of Gorée and Saint-Louis off the coast of Senegal. The 1763 Treaty of Paris confirmed British possession of St. Louis and led the British government to institute a colonial establishment to secure it. From 1765 to 1779, this new British province of Senegambia, and this province of Senegambia was the first British colony in West Africa, tried to control trade in and out of the Upper Guinea coast, from Port-Ndick on the Atlantic coast of the Sahara to the mouth of the Gambia River. The main prize was the trade in gum Arabic, which over the course of the 18th century quickly had become a key component in the manufacture of quality European textiles. Charles O'Hara, the first British governor of the new province of Senegambia, thought the nascent colony could become a permanent beachhead for British presence on the African coast. He predicted that in time, Senegambia would become, quote, one of the richest colonies belonging to His Majesty, that British colonists would extend over every part of this continent that was worthwhile to settle. O'Hara remained committed to this vision of turning Senegambia into an agricultural colony throughout his 10 years in power. In 1771, he started construction of a new British fort 130 miles up the Senegal, in part because, in his words, the neighborhood abounds with a variety of different kinds of corn, likewise rice, tobacco, indigo, and cotton. In other words, every kind of West Indian commodity in the greatest perfection. The reason why you've not heard about this colony is because it was destroyed as one consequence of the American Revolution. France put it to the torch in 1779, and everyone involved on the British side afterward pretended it never happened in an aftermath. The importance of these circumstances, a declining position in the Atlantic slave trade, the loss of American colonies, the acquisition of new trading posts in Africa, points away from the history of ideas and instead towards the political history of the Africa trade and the everyday experience of it. The first proponents of legitimate commerce were not abolitionists, but instead, typically anyway, those engaged in the Africa trade already as employees of the chartered or regulated companies, or as agents of the new imperial centers of scientific data gathering in the metropolitan capitals. They possessed an intimate familiarity with the slave trade, but often were weakly committed to it. They had enough knowledge to convey a sense of expertise, but not enough to dampen dreams of a radically different future for themselves or for their sponsors. We cannot understand the projects to recast and diversify the Africa trade in the late 18th century without knowing more about the Europeans who resided on the West African coast for extended periods of time. Now, elsewhere, I've argued that the idea of legitimate commerce not only preceded the abolitionist movement, but was an important precondition for it. Without this set of ideas and assumptions, without already existing arguments about the African soil, the climate, the land, the body, the natural resources, the civilizing influences of trade, and the nature of slave-taking in Africa, the abolitionist movement could not have come into existence. It depended upon these pre-existing ideas of legitimate commerce, which had not gone anywhere, and the abolitionists take them and turn them into something that their initial promoters never would have imagined. This brief sketch of the origins of legitimate commerce, though, not the origins of abolitionism, but the origins of legitimate commerce, suggests that its history matters in other ways outside of its role in the development of Anglo-American abolitionism. The slave merchants dominated the trade to Africa, but did so by containing or silencing the views of others less fortunate or less interested in the traffic, who thought that the potential of the Africa trade insufficiently realized. The history of early ideas of legitimate commerce shed light on that much broader story, that dissenting tradition that preceded and would inform the later abolitionist movement, but owed little, really nothing, to it. Hundreds of thousands of Europeans went to Africa in the era of the Atlantic slave trade. Yet as things stand, we know almost nothing about them. In their experience, though, I suspect, we will find not only the origins of the idea of legitimate commerce, but much else besides. But that will require taking more seriously a much larger subject that we have tended to ignore, a subject that historians of Europe and of West Africa, for different reasons and for good reasons, have tended to overlook or dismiss: the history of European experience on the West African coast in the era of the Atlantic slave trade. Thank you.
for discussion.
Huh? Yeah. Oh, that's okay. This is my book. And I'm going to talk about it, but I want to say a few things about what I regard as the wonder of this conference. You know, Jim invited me because I wrote on Sierra Leone, but I wrote a whole history of the revolution from the point of view of those who were most victimized. And the international quality of this conference and the dazzling quality of the first two talks we've had. Larry Hill gave a wonderful talk yesterday, and I'm very fond, for reasons that I will say, of Christopher Brown's book, Moral Capital, which casts a light on Granville Sharp. He doesn't call him a political theorist, but Granville Sharp was not only an agitator against the horrors of slavery, but he was in fact the best democratic theorist of that time. If I compare him to John Stuart Mill, Mill, you know, was against the subjection of women and did a number of dazzling things. But the fact is, Granville Sharp really stacks up his view of the American Revolution, that it was only a decent revolution. He defended it in Britain if it freed the slaves. And his view of Freetown in South Africa is pretty marvelous, because he tried to formulate the ideas of a radical democracy. And one thing I'll say about Freetown is, if you want to think about Freetown in American history, think about the Paris Commune. I mean, in European history, world history. This was an experiment, or democratic town meetings. This was an experiment in radical democracy done by the blacks who had fought their way out of slavery. It ain't just Freetown. It's pretty central. So one slight difference with Christopher, whose paper you just heard, I had stumbled on in reading Sharp, actually, to this argument. And of course, the argument against slavery as an economic argument. You don't have to be barbarous as a Christian. As Montesquieu says in Book 15 of the Spirit of the Laws, if we conceive of of black people as human, the suspicion would arise that we are not Christians. And for those in the United States, including Mr. Romney, who liked torture, and my student Condoleezza Rice, you know, the suspicion that the people who embrace torture here are really admiring of those Christians who tacked that perpetrator up on the cross might arise. The view that being against slavery is, no more defensible than being against it, is a view that will not withstand 1 minute of argument. I have a 500-page book. It's the lead book in philosophy at Cambridge Press in 1990 called Democratic Individuality. It uses the issue of slavery in political thought to make the point that really there isn't much doubt about why slavery is wrong. And I would also hesitate to refer to what the abolitionists said as propaganda. Myself, I think that many of the arguments are true, and those that aren't or are motivated by other concerns, like, you know, Postlethwaite's argument is not an abolitionist argument, but nonetheless, it's a sensible, decent argument, even if he didn't get it, that it was a sensible, decent argument, and the abolitionists realized it. The international setting of the slave trade, I would put this a little differently than Jim did before. I would say in 1750, there was the first slave uprising in Jamaica. And this was an act of throwing off a horror. And there were 20 slave uprisings in the Caribbean. And the sailors, you know, in American history, we hear about press gangs. The sailors, if they weren't slaves who escaped like Crispus Attucks and went to sea, and they felt better being at sea, even though it was quite awful being under the British hierarchy at sea. But people were grabbed off the street. You know, you climb up the mast when they tell you, and if you didn't fall off, and goodbye to you, well, you would end up being in the British Navy. So they went and they saw the slaves rising up, and they said to themselves, gee whiz, that's good. Maybe we should do that. And they came to London in 1750s, and in 1760, a fellow who survives only with the initial J, Fillmore, wrote 2 dialogues concerning the man trade. And if you don't believe that the objections to slavery are morally objective, that is to say that they're really sound arguments, and that the other side has a view which is deserving of intellectual respect, which it does not, try out reading this pamphlet. He talked to the sailors. And the sailors came to Boston in 1764, and one of the great early leaders of the American Revolution, whose great descendant I taught, his name is James Otis. Otis wrote, "The rights of the British colonists asserted and proved in 1764, which defended the natural rights of every person, black as well as white. And in every tavern where the poor folks gathered, white as well as black, particularly sailors, but other artisans, these ideas were discussed. It's 11 years before 1775 and the outbreak of the American Revolution. This is a little bit like the great demonstrations against the Iraq War. I was the leader of the anti-Iraq War movement in Colorado. And, you know, we all went to Washington on January 15th, 2003. And I was once at the march at which Martin Luther King spoke, and about 2/3 of the mall was filled up. But this filled the whole thing. And buses were still coming in, so it's probably 500,000 people. And we all looked at each other and we said, gee whiz, we're not a minority, right? We're actually the majority. There was a huge international and American movement against the Iraq War from below. Barack Obama got elected president because, wanting to run for president, he spoke to an anti-Iraq war rally, and everybody said, no, what's this guy thinking about? Because he's very carefully hedging his view, right? Or saying, you know, he's against dumb wars, right? Not he's against unjust, horrific aggressions, something that has poisoned the United States. And by the way, I haven't had a student in 5 years. I ask every group of students, anybody think of any reason why the US went into Iraq that you could defend? Right? I'd like some help, because I can't. There was just lies. That whole enterprise was based on nothing but lies by corrupt war criminals. Anyway, to go back to this international aspect, thanks. About the sailors, they brought, in the same way that, just to give you this example because I think it's a good one. You know, John Kerry, the best thing in his life was he actually stood up about war crimes in Vietnam and testified before Congress about this. Nader talks about this, other people talk about it. It's very moving. He said it was over the top in his campaign because you can't run for president of the empire and actually say, you know, what we did in Vietnam is very bad. Very bad. But at the Kerry Convention, Medea Benjamin of Code Pink got up and unfurled the banner when Teresa Heinz Kerry was speaking, the U.S. get out of Iraq. And she was hauled out by the police, you know, and the Democratic Party took care of the unpleasantness. I don't think she was charged afterwards. I imagine Kerry intervened not to have her charged. The New York Times, of course, wrote that there were many, many delegates at the Democratic Convention who were for, I mean, what they wrote was the Democratic Party's for the war in Iraq, just with some qualifications. But I would guess that 90% of the people at that gathering were against the war in Iraq and thought Medea Benjamin was right. And I think that the history of the American Revolution is written badly because I think that all black people and white poor whites and sailors who were in many revolutionary crowds, including the Boston Tea Party, were probably abolitionists. They were probably against slavery. And it's at least as important as the Christian movement against this and the role of the Quakers and many other things that we all emphasize, or some of us emphasize, and are very important things, that Christianity became Christianity in the American Revolution because people like Samuel Hopkins said, this is a sin of crimson dye, and every loss we have to the British is a sign of God's disfavor to us. And, you know, when Jerry Falwell uses that rhetoric about gay people, it is, of course, disgusting and has the memorability of any sentence that Mitt Romney says, right? That is, it's a lie that dissolves on listening, if you listen. But when they said slavery is a sin of crimson dye, they were saying something. It was something. But the life in the revolution was in part given by sailors from below and in part by unknown heroes like John Lorenz, who worked for, he was an aide to Washington. He was the greatest opponent of slavery. He was from a Huguenot background, and they'd fled the French persecution. And he went and studied in Switzerland with Rousseau. And he is the one person in the American Revolution who says with Jean-Jacques Rousseau, slavery and right, these two words are mutually contradictory. So there is an immense international aspect on the American side, and of course on the British side, American historians have not written about this very plainly because, as Gary Nash says in his book, The Forgotten Fifth, this is the dirty secret of the American Revolution is so many blacks escaped to the British side and were freed in exchange for fighting and went to Canada and went to Sierra Leone. And if you look, Cassandra Pybus, the Australian loyalist who writes on these matters, very interestingly, is trying to defend the honor of the British. And one point she makes, which is true and interesting, is many more blacks were freed by the British than by the Americans, and went off with the British. So that's pretty good. If you like emancipation from slavery and you think it's morally objective, as I do, that is, that it's good to like that, this is a pretty good claim for the British. Now, the British were pretty racist and disgusting, including the abolitionists, with the exception of Granville Sharp, who ran the Sierra Leone Company. So I will just say that the praise deserved here for the British is limited, and that I write entirely from the point of view of the slaves. I have been an anti-racist all my life, and I was friends with Andy Goodman, and I had been on a freedom ride in Chestertown, Maryland, didn't go to Mississippi. He did. He was killed. So I identify with Gabriel, who led the rebellion in Richmond in 1800, and who said such things as, at his trial, I have only to say what George Washington would have said had he been captured by the British. I have but one life to give for my countrymen, and I am a willing sacrifice in their cause. Gabriel's pretty good. So there's this international revolution. And what I found is the following startling fact, which nobody ever taught me, and I have yet to meet the person who was taught. There's an historian who teaches at Hope College who read the diaries of the German private Georg Daniel Flor, who fought for the French, the Royal Dupont at Yorktown, and he walked around the field of battle later. And what he said is, most of the dead, most of the corpses lying around the field on both sides are Mohren, Moors. Most of the dead in the crucial battle of the American Revolution on both sides are black. If you want to know how thick racism is in America, you know, going back to Lawrence Hill's point yesterday, why you can talk about the Book of Negroes in Canada, but the editors change the name on you and call you up 2 days before. You know, it's a real good principle. Right, we got to sell your book, and we talk about Negroes in the title, we can't sell your book. You want to know how racist it is here. You want to know why Romney, how does Romney get from 0.0001% of the population to nearly, 45, 50%. Everybody dislikes him, but, 45 or 50%. I'll tell you, the fact that our president is black might have something to do with it. And part of the point about this book is the racism in America is so thick you can cut it with a knife. And so all-encompassing you can cut it with a knife. And if I wanted to put it more sharply than Obama, whom I'm for, I would simply say, all this stuff about the middle class built the White House, How about poor folks? Are there poor folks in America? Hey, Romney, the guy who's laid off so many. He's a capitalist. He's a venture capitalist, so unlike Steve Jobs, there is exactly nothing decent to say for Mitt Romney. He's laid off so many. He talks about the number of poor and unemployed here. Who's really talking about that? Part of the problem with Barack is he tried to do some things, and the stimulus was pretty good, and the Congress is frozen out of these saboteurs to name them by their real name, right? So he can't do anything, so he didn't talk about what he would do for jobs. He would do something for jobs, anybody gave him a chance. By the way, it's a capitalist thing to do. It's called Keynesian economics, how to save capitalism. My father wrote an essay on that theme for a book with that title, Saving American Capitalism. You can't do that in America because although we know how to put people to work, we got a party system that prevents it. Anyway, the international aspect of this thing is very sharp. And one thing I want to talk to you about in the book is when blacks went to Canada, there was this great guy, Thomas Peters, who plays a big role in Sierra Leone. He was a prince in Africa. He was enslaved. He was brought to South Carolina. He tried to escape twice, and the master had him whipped and branded. Whipped and branded. The third time he succeeded, he became a sergeant in the Black Pioneers. He went to Canada, and he, for years, tried to get a plot of land that the British had promised him, but the British had no idea they were going to lose, and they just threw people into Canada, and a lot of people, white and black, they couldn't provide anything for, and he was one of them. So he organized a big movement of people, 217 people whom he got to be representative of, and went across the sea where there were slave traders to England, where he was welcomed by the abolitionists and introduced to the Prime Minister Grenville, and they decided to really back Freetown, and he went to Canada along with John Clarkson, who's a big part of the story in Sierra Leone. And Clarkson then regarded himself as fostering the mission of Thomas Peters. Thomas Peters was the dominant figure in getting the 1,200 people to go from Nova Scotia to Sierra Leone. Now, one standard part of the historian's story, which is actually from Benjamin Quarles, whose book on the Negro and the American Revolution remains to this day the best and most authoritative book on it. You want to really understand a lot of stuff, go back and read this book. It'll be pretty good. And Quarles says there were 4,000, and there are 3,000 listed in the Book of Negroes in its British incarnation. If you go to the National Archive in Washington, you can get a version with 2,597, and I do a complete statistical breakdown of this stuff. I took every list and I looked at it. One virtue of being in political so-called science, where there's all sorts of bullshit statistics, but it happens that they're real numbers that you can break down here, and I'm going to tell you a story about them. So the story is there were 4,000 blacks came to Canada and 1,200 left for Sierra Leone. And it was true that conditions were brutal for blacks, right? But the problem in this is that Thomas Peters got beaten up going around campaigning about this. And you had to journey through the forests in the winter to get to his group that was going, like George Carancapone did. It was like some mythic story, right? And the British administration nurtured race riots against the blacks because they weren't doing any good for the whites either. So if they didn't pit them against the blacks, the whites and blacks might get together, be against them. It's called divide and rule. So they didn't like that. You know, they actually had race riots against these folks because they were exploiting the landless blacks for cheap labor, because it was the only way that blacks could survive, many of them. So they weren't letting people out. There was no encouragement for people to leave for Sierra Leone. Britain said, yeah, have this colony. Governor Parr said, not a chance, not a chance. Because he looked bad, right? Hey, they're all leaving, right? So if you believe the standard story in literature so far, it's about a third of the people who leave. 1 in 3, maybe 1 in 4, against all these odds. So I took the Book of Negroes, which I have spent a lot of time breaking down, And I took the two lists, which I have so far gotten my hands on, but if any of you who know so much about this could please supply me with more, I'd like to do some more breakdowns. There is a muster book for Birchtown and another one for Annapolis, and this includes all the blacks who settled there. So what I did was I took the list in the Book of Negroes. I worked on it before Graham Hodges had published his book on this, the Black Loyalist Directory. But fortunately, I had the Black Loyalist Directory, because if you tried to do this with the stuff that you produced, Larry, in your book, you know, you go down every page by page, which I did, you can't even read some of the entries that they made and trying to deduce the whole thing. So Hodges gets about probably 75% of what he lists as names in the book and all the information right, probably, maybe even 80. I checked over some of it because I couldn't read the stuff, so I wondered how he could. And I found discrepancies between what I got and what he got, which are innocent discrepancies, right? He made the best guess he could, and I made the best guess I could. It's very difficult to read the handwriting, and it's faded. Anyway, turns out that between 2 3/4 and 3 times as many people came separately from General Carleton's boats from New York, for which the Book of Negroes was made, than came with him. So this is a big distinction. Okay. So just, I will make the last 2 points very, very quickly. When people went to Sierra Leone, they founded this democracy. And the way it's written about is John Clarkson has diaries. John Clarkson is a good guy because he was against the quit rents, the huge taxes that the British abolitionist colony, the Sierra Leone Company, imposed. But he was a horrific racist and anti-democrat, and he wanted to lynch Thomas Peters. And the later governors did not have his decency, if it was though patriarchal, toward blacks. So my book is entirely written from the point of view of the democracy in Sierra Leone and the great movements in Africa, because it's not just a nationalist movement. In Africa, Gandhi started civil disobedience in South Africa. And Kwame Nkrumah, he actually launched a nonviolent movement for independence in Ghana, transformed the place. Pretty significant. The idea that it's just black nationalism, you like nonviolence, I'm sorry, it's not just black nationalism, and King is part of this international history. He's not separate from this international history. So the last point is just this. Chicago was nice enough. It took me 16 years, and they had 4 years of review, and I went through 2 editings, including a sort of Dumbledore of an editor the last time who just healed up the book. He used my words, but he really... So it is now an historical novel of 9 chapters, and they put it out for $30. And one of my students is using it in Tyler, Texas, and I went down there and gave a talk on Constitution Day, and there are 125 people who've been reading it for a month, and 70 of them brought the book around after 2.5 hours to ask me to sign it. So hopefully it's in decent shape. Anyway, what I want to ask you to think about is even at $30, it's not wildly expensive. And I hope Chicago will put out a paperback of it. But I wrote this book to reach the people who need to move the mountain of the prison system. I wrote this book for people who want to move the mountain of the immigration persecution of Latinos. I wrote this book for people who are being hurt by what goes on in this country, in which so many of us are faced with a decline of our status. I wrote this book for the students who suffer from debt slavery. I use that word loosely. So anyway, anybody who wants me to sign the book, please come afterwards. Thank you.
Now we have Kristin Mann, who will give the final paper to the panel.
I have 2 very hard acts to follow. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to attend this symposium. My contribution to this panel explores the interrelated themes of abolition, Freetown, and empire from the vantage point not of Freetown itself, but from that of another town on the West African coast, Lagos, whose history was closely bound up with that of Freetown. Many of the recaptured slaves who were freed in the first half of the 19th century by the Court of Mixed Commission at Freetown, and subsequently contributed vitally to that colony's development, had been exported from Lagos or elsewhere on the Bight of Benin. Substantial numbers of them were Yoruba speakers from the interior of the Bight, or Aku, as they became known in Sierra Leone. Their culture profoundly influenced that of the freed slave population in and around Freetown. From the 1840s, moreover, towns to the west and north of Lagos, and then in the 1850s, Lagos itself received a steady stream of migrants from Freetown and its frontier. These immigrants, although more diverse than has often been acknowledged, developed a distinctive identity signaled by the name Sorrow, which they were called locally. The Sorrow community in Lagos became a hub in the diaspora of immigrants from Sierra Leone that in the second half of the 19th century stretched from the Gambia to the Niger Delta. At Lagos and other places where they settled, the Sierra Leonean immigrants became advocates and agents of empire. And this essay examines the role of abolition in the Sierra Leonean immigration to Lagos, and it further probes the relationship of Sorrow in and around Lagos to Britain's imperial expansion there. With my approach to the concerns of this panel is oblique from the perspective of Freetown, it has the advantage of foregrounding the broader theme of our conference, slavery and its aftermath in the Atlantic world. Along the Bight of Benin and at Lagos itself, a broader set of Atlantic actors played a pivotal role in shaping history than at Freetown. These actors included not only free slaves from North America, British philanthropists, merchants, and officials, liberated slaves from different parts of the continent, and Africans from beyond the frontier of the colony, but also Portuguese, Brazilian, and Spanish traders, and freed people who returned to West Africa from Brazil and, to a lesser extent, Cuba. I won't have time in my remarks today to discuss the Cuban libertos, but I will talk a little bit about those from Brazil. Before abolition and empire came the long history of the slave trade from the Bight of Benin. And to appreciate the role of anti-slavery in the transformations of the Costa de Africa, as Brazilians called the littoral along the Bight of Benin, in the middle 2 quarters of the 19th century, it's essential to understand the magnitude and direction of the commerce in slaves from the region across time. My paper makes 5 basic points about this subject. First, the slave trade along the Bight of Benin began in the 15th century, but it picked up dramatically at the end of the 17th century. Between 1676 and 1725, the region exported a third again more slaves, more than 630,000 of them in all, than West Central Africa, its closest rival. And exports of slaves from the area continued at a high level throughout the 18th century. Second, all of the major slave trading nations participated in the commerce along the Bight of Benin. However, Portuguese traders, many of them based in Brazil, dominated it. Between 1601 and 1866, half of all of the slaves exported from the region were shipped to northeastern Brazil. The third point, revolution at home and in its colony Santo Domingo largely ended the French trade from the Bight, as the British Abolition Bill did the British trade after 1807. But the Portuguese and Brazilian trade persisted, and a Spanish trade to Cuba exploded after 1830. Between 1826 and 1850, at a time when abolition appeared to be succeeding in most other regions of West Africa, the trade from the Bight of Benin remained robust. In the era of the illegal commerce, about a half of the 350,000 slaves shipped from the Bight were taken to Brazil. About a third were taken to Cuba. Less widely appreciated is the fact that between 1816 and 1866, when Britain's Royal Naval Squadron patrolled the coast to suppress the illegal slave trade and took vessels captured to Freetown for adjudication by the Court of Mixed Commission, about 37,000 slaves from the Bight ended their journey in Sierra Leone. The large number of slaves from the interior of the Bight that entered northeastern Brazil over the long history of the commerce to that region, and that entered Cuba and Sierra Leone during the 19th century helps explain the close cultural, social, and religious connections between these parts of the Atlantic world and the peoples of the Bight of Benin. Basically, what I'm arguing here is that the slave trade created a diaspora from the Bight of Benin to Brazil and to Cuba and to Sierra Leone. Throughout the era of the slave trade in the Bight of Benin, the town of Ouida on the coast was the dominant center of slave supply, and I wish I had brought a map of the coast. I'm afraid I didn't. In the middle of the 18th century, though, the commerce started to shift to more eastern ports along the Bight. In the first half of the quarter of the 19th century, Lagos became the leading slave port in the Bight of Benin. In the second quarter of the 19th century, Lagos became the biggest slave exporter north of the equator. Robin Law and I have argued that the persistence and scale of the slave trade along the Bight of Benin in the 18th century led to the development there of a population whose outlook and interests connected it to different parts of the Atlantic world. And this population included persons of Portuguese, French, and British origin who lived on the coast for periods of time, established relations with local women, and sometimes had biracial and bicultural children there. It also included children and other representatives of local African political and commercial elites who'd been sent abroad for various reasons and later returned to Africa. And it further included a number of freed slaves who returned to West Africa from Brazil and Europe. So I'm really reinforcing the point that Christopher Brown was making about the dense population of people around the Atlantic world who were living on the coast of Africa in the 18th century. Prior to legal abolition, the geographic, linguistic, and cultural orientations of this Atlantic population were diverse, stretching to Portugal, Brazil, England, and France in the case of different individuals. Now, in the era of abolition, between about 1807 and 1866, several events occurred that changed the character of the Atlantic population on the African coast, or at least along the Bight of Benin. First of all, the first had to do with, or followed from, the successful reorganization of the external slave trade by Portuguese/Brazilian and Spanish merchants to thwart efforts to end the commerce. The second was a major slave rebellion in Bahia, and the third was the arrival of Christian missionaries and new kinds of traders wanting to buy vegetable products rather than slaves on the coast in this era. And Sierra Leonean recaptives and Brazilian libertos returning to their homelands participated in the commercial and Christian revolutions along the Bight of Benin, and they inspired further migration from both Sierra Leone and Brazil. I'll say just a little bit about each of these three phenomena. The commercial reorganization of the slave trade in the era of abolition produced greater concentration in the commerce. A number of large Brazilian firms, for example, especially Bahian firms, stationed permanent agents at Lagos in this period. Moreover, lured by the high profits that could be made in the illegal slave trade, if successful, a number of independent traders joined the agents of the leading firms on the coast. Some survived or elected to stay but a short time, but others established a much more lasting presence. A number of them brought slaves with them from Brazil or from Cuba. They brought skilled liberto workers with them. Some of them even brought children to live with them on the West African coast. And of course, they bought slaves locally. Moreover, in the era of the illegal commerce, minor free and liberto traders of slaves and other goods crisscrossed the Atlantic, hiring passage or cargo space on voyages that had been organized by others. Furthermore, the expansion of the Lusophone commercial community on the coast in this period created a demand for skilled work, which both freed people and libertos traveled to Africa to perform. The passport records in Bahia in this period are full of applications submitted by blacksmiths, masons, carpenters, tailors, cooks, and other skilled workers for permission to travel to the coast of West Africa in this period to pursue economic opportunities. So in sum, the Atlantic commercial community along the littoral of the Bight of Benin grew in the era of the illegal commerce. It also became much more exclusively Lusophone and Hispanic. And the community was mixed by race, origin, class, and gender. No matter what their work, their origins, or their gender, many of these individuals traveled periodically between West Africa and Brazil, furthering regular communication as well as commercial and cultural exchange between the two regions. And ultimately unsuccessful, but the white ruling class profoundly threatening slave rebellion shook Bahia in 1835, and the uprising contributed to the expansion and diversification of the Lusophone community along the coast of Africa. Rommel-Ruiz has estimated that following the rebellion, the Brazilian government forcibly deported several hundred Brazilian freed people to West Africa. A climate of harassment, repression, and fear gripped Bahia's African-born population in this period, and several hundred more libertos joined their forcibly deported country people and emigrated voluntarily to the coast of Africa. Many of the coerced and voluntary migrants traveled back to Africa with family members. Some took slaves or other dependents back to Africa with them. And groups of these immigrants settled at places like Ouida, Agoué, and Lagos along the Bight of Benin. Now, in the 1840s, other kinds of migrants also began to arrive along the coast of the Bight of Benin. They included British and other Europeans seeking palm oil, for which industrialization and urbanization were creating new markets in Europe. I surely agree with Christopher Brown that there was a much longer standing interest in the purchase of vegetable commodities on the coast of Africa. But in this period, the development of new markets for certain kinds of African commodities expanded that interest. Alive to new economic opportunities and lured by memories of their homelands, Sierra Leone and Aku joined the Europeans in opening the palm oil trade at places like Badagry, Abeokuta, and other towns. A few of the early arrivals had attempted to land at Lagos, but they weren't welcomed there by the local ruler. Many of the Brazilian and Sierra Leonean returnees were Christian, although others were Muslims or devotees of Yoruba Orisha. The Christians sought to practice their faith in the communities where they settled, and the image of a small band of the faithful from Freetown seeking to follow Jesus Christ among a heathen population further down the coast inspired Anglican and Wesleyan missionary societies to open stations along the Bight of Benin or in the interior. And soon they began to train Sierra Leone and Aku to labor in the mission fields. The Roman Catholic Church didn't send a mission to the coast until the 1860s, but many Liberto Catholics observed their faith as best they could without the presence of an ordained priest. When a French missionary first visited Lagos in 1863, he found a Catholic congregation already established there. Now, in the 1840s, when the Sierra Leonean recaptives, European palm oil traders, and second wave of Brazilian libertos were arriving on the Bight of Benin, the sorts of new ideas that Christopher Brown has described in his paper began to be more prominent in Britain. They began to have a wider public appeal and perhaps political influence. A text published by T.F. Buxton, who was then the leader of the anti-slavery movement, synthesized the currents of earlier thought that Christopher Brown has described and really catapulted them to national preeminence. Those sorts of ideas in the middle of the 19th century, certainly by the 1840s, had sort of become the conventional wisdom. Buxton's text showed that despite Britain's diplomatic campaign and despite the anti-slavery squadron, the slave trade to Brazil and Cuba continued unabated. It argued that efforts to abolish the American importation of slaves had failed, and that the true remedy to the slave trade lay in halting exports from Africa, but that to do that it would be necessary to replace the African trade in slave with commerce in legitimate commodities. The emphasis of Britain's diplomatic campaign subsequently shifted to negotiating treaties with African rulers that required them to end slave exports from their territories or face unfortunate consequences. Now, the Bight of Benin acquired great importance in this new mid-19th century campaign to end the slave trade for a number of reasons. One had to do with the ongoing importance of the region as a center of supply. Second had to do with its promise, or the promise, I should say, of the new palm oil trade from the Bight. And the third derived from the presence on the coast and its interior of the Sierra Leonean recaptives and the Brazilian self-emancipated slaves, as they were called by the British, who they thought would help spread legitimate commerce, Christian civilization, and civilized values, and needed British protection and nurturing. Among the towns along the Bight, none had greater importance than Lagos. First of all, it was then the biggest center of slave supply. Further, in addition, its king, Kosoko, had steadfastly refused to sign an anti-slavery treaty with the British. His arch enemy, who was named Akitoye, was living in exile at Badagry, and he very actively courted the missionaries, the naval officers, and the British consul in the Bight, and convinced them that he was their loyal ally in the fight to end the slave trade, but that Kosoko at Lagos was deeply hostile to all things British. Furthermore, the capital of the Kingdom of Lagos lay on an island on the coast, and it could be attacked by sea. Abomey, the capital of Dahomey, the other great slave trading power in the area, lay inland beyond the reach of British cannons. In working on this paper, I looked back at the documentation to see if I could get a better handle on the views of the Sierra Leonean and the Brazilian immigrants about intervention at Lagos. And their views are difficult to gauge because many of the Sierra Leoneans and most of the Brazilians immigrants were illiterate. Few of the hundreds of documents written about the coast during these years were penned by members of either group. But to compound the problem, the European missionaries, the most vigorous advocates of intervention in 1851, and also the British mercantile community, regularly invoked the needs and interests of Sierra Leoneans, particularly in essentialist language, to support their own positions. The Sierra Leonean population, as I suggested, was more diverse than the missionaries or the merchants led on. Its members identified with different Yoruba polities in the interior, Egba, Oyo, Ijeba, Ijesha, and others. Many sought, after reaching home, to reunite with their families or their kinfolk, and some succeeded in doing so. The alliances and interests of their relatives and their hometowns influenced their thinking about the complex political struggles in the region and the role that external actors should play in them. Where the Brazilian libertos are concerned, all had suffered the inequities of slavery in Brazil. They'd worked hard against great odds to free themselves and often their loved ones, and also to accumulate the money that was needed to pay their passage back to Africa. Many had suffered en route at the hands of greedy ship captains or on arrival from the demands of local rulers. Most probably arrived with little capital, but in fact their economic and social connections or backgrounds were varied, as were their connections with the Lusophone commercial community already present on the coast. A number of the libertos had owned slaves in Salvador before returning to Africa. Some, like certain Sorrows, continued to own and even to trade slaves on the coast. Unlike the Sorrow, however, the Brazilian libertos met on their return to the Bight of Benin a community with deep ties to the place from which they had come. And their varied relationships with members of this community influenced their views about a British imperial intervention in the region, as did also their allegiances to towns and relatives in the interior. Well, moved by the considerations that I talked about a minute ago, Britain bombarded Lagos in 1851. It drove King Kosoko into exile and installed their ally Akitoye on the throne of Lagos. Soon after, the consul, or the foreign office rather, sent a British consul to live in the town. Now, these events apparently created a feeling of confidence about the town's future. European palm oil merchants soon opened factories on shore. The CMS and the WMS, the Church Missionary Society and Wesleyan Missionary Society, moved their headquarters to Lagos from Badagry. Immigration to the town from Sierra Leone picked up, and new Liberto settlers also arrived from Brazil and further west along the Bight of Benin. And all of these developments fueled a belief in Britain that Lagos might become a new Freetown, a site from which anti-slavery, innocent commerce, and Christian region could spread throughout Africa. Very quickly, however, the new political order at Lagos came to satisfy almost no one. By 1861, policymakers in Britain had concluded that if Lagos was to achieve its great promise, civilized British command was necessary. In that year, Britain forcibly annexed the kingdom of Lagos against the will of the local Oba and his chiefs, commencing about 100 years of direct colonial rule. Well, the final section of my paper examines the roles of the Sierra Leoneans and Brazilians as agents and critics of empire between 1861 and 1900. Despite their conflicting political allegiance and views, from the 1850s to the 1890s, educated sorrow played an essential role in Britain's imperial project at Lagos. Britain couldn't have administered the young colony without their involvement, at least not without much greater cost in money and British life. While the Libertos weren't so directly implicated in imperial administration in the early decades because they lacked Western education and most of them didn't speak English, it's well known that they supplied many of the craft skills needed to build the growing colonial capital and commercial town. Between 1850 and the 1890s, the Sierra Leoneans largely staffed the expanding colonial bureaucracy. They filled virtually all of the clerical positions, but they also served in higher level positions as well, as treasurer, as sheriff, as inspector of police, as acting colonial secretary, as acting colonial customs. As late as 1881, there were only 11 British officers serving in the colonial administration at Lagos. By contrast, Brazilian names don't show up on the list of officers at Lagos until the late 1880s. Excuse me, and they remain few in number throughout the 1890s. The first of the Brazilians to enter colonial administration tended to be Creoles who'd been born in West Africa and were educated at Lagos. The government did use both Sorrow and Amaro, as the Brazilians were called, as intermediaries to negotiate with interior leaders in most of the major conflicts that plagued Yoruba land from the 1860s until 1900. Sorrow provided leadership in other aspects of the imperial project as well. The missionaries employed them to found churches and schools. On the Brazilian side, the famous Pa Antonio, who had allegedly studied at a seminary in Brazil, organized the first Catholic congregation in Lagos. In the 1860s and 70s, when conditions in trade were pretty good along the Bight of Benin, Sorrow helped open new trade routes to the interior, and some of them also began importing and exporting directly with Great Britain. A number of the Brazilian retornados succeeded commercially by exporting to Brazil or importing from it, but few of them broke into the trade with Europe. One or two did, but not so many. As Brazil's importance to commerce from the Bight declined relative to that of Europe following final abolition, so did the overall commercial importance of the Brazilian retornados on the coast. Sierra Leoneans pioneered the professions at Lagos, law and medicine. Brazilians didn't move into these professions until 2 or 3 decades later. Certain members of both the Sierra Leonean and Brazilian communities also provided models of cultural enlightenment at Lagos, symbols of what Africans might become with Western tutelage. They did so not only in the realms of religion and education, but also in those of manners and deportment, marriage and domesticity, and consumption and artistic expression. Their dress, their homes, their leisure activities offered outward signs of what the British regarded as inward moral transformation. Nowhere is this phenomenon better illustrated than in the rich photographic record from Lagos. Sierra Leoneans and Brazilians were by no means devoid of criticism in this area, that many of them, the many members of both groups, not only owned domestic slaves, but sometimes traded them, troubled administrators and missionaries. In fact, the Reverend Samuel Crowther, who was a sorrow in 1851, and the Reverend James Johnson, another sorrow in 1870, both severely reprimanded other Sierra Leoneans for their disappointing record on slavery. But the most refined and self-disciplined of the Sierra Leoneans, in the British view, people like Samuel Crowther, J.P.L. Davies, Reverend James Johnson, and the women they married, provided examples that the British hoped other Africans would emulate. Within the Brazilian community, João da Rocha in the first generation, Sir Adeyemo Alakija in the second generation set the tone. Well, if the Sierra Leoneans were agents of empire, they were also among its most severe and persistent critics. Although, I argue in my essay, into the 20th century, they call for reform and a greater voice for Africans, particularly educated Africans such as themselves, in decision-making in the imperial project, not for an end to empire. I argue that in this period, they weren't truly nationalist, at least in their political views. The one area where nationalist sentiments did begin to emerge in the 19th century was that of culture. From the 1880s, educated Sierra Leoneans and Brazilians started to challenge the assumption that European cultural practices were superior to African ones, that European names were better, that European dress was better, that marriage practices and gender roles Victorian marriage practices in general, gender roles were better than African ones. The visit of the West African, or the sojourn of the West Indian, E.W. Blyden in Lagos in the 1890s galvanized this kind of thinking. New passion developed in this period also for Yoruba literature, art, and music. Well, in conclusion, my papers argued that slavery and the slave trade created a Yoruba diaspora to Brazil and Sierra Leone, and also other parts of the Atlantic world, but to those places in Cuba especially. It's looked at the role of several phenomena in the return of some of these diasporic Yoruba to the Bight of Benin and to its interior. So we're really talking here about multiple migrations that were going on back and forth across the Atlantic. Phenomenon encouraging migration included, in the case of Brazilians, a major slave uprising in Bahia and the reorganization of the slave trade in the South Atlantic in the era of abolition to thwart efforts to end it. Both among both the Sierra Leoneans and the Brazilians were also attracted to the area by the development of new kinds of international commerce. I've argued in addition, or I've sought in addition to look at the relationship between abolition and empire at Lagos, and have argued that the presence on the coast and in certain interior towns of the Sierra Leoneans and the Brazilians, who were viewed as vulnerable harbingers of civilization, contributed to Britain's rationale for empire, for expanding politically into the region. Members of both groups acted, moreover, as agents of empire and to a certain extent as advocates of empire. Yet a number of the Brazilians and, a number of the Sierra Leoneans and some of the Brazilians were also persistent critics of the British in the political realm, as I've said, those at Lagos, as opposed to some places in the interior, but those at Lagos in this period called primarily for the reform of policies they opposed, not an end of empire. Only in the cultural realm did nationalist sentiments truly begin to emerge by the end of the 19th century. Finally, my analysis of the shift that abolition and empire produced in the power and influence of external actors and markets along the Bight of Benin from the south to the North Atlantic has shown that these developments actually weakened the economic and social status of the Brazilian libertos on the coast due to differences in language, in education, in cultural orientation, the class position, and the social prestige of the Brazilians. of the Brazilian immigrants declined relative to that of those from Sierra Leone during the second half of the 19th century. Thank you.
So I would like to thank our panelists for giving us those presentations. And my job now is to receive questions from the audience. In other words, I didn't come up here to talk, but to moderate only.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask two small questions because I know we have 10 minutes. So I will not preface the questions. I will not add preface to it. So I was fascinated by Gilbert's presentation a lot. And I was wondering whether we can use this opportunity to rethink our analytical categories that we use in terms of characterizing social movements, protests, as oppositional along racial lines. What do I mean by that? I mean that when we use the categories of Africa, Europe, we tend to minimize the contributions, as you pointed out, of those people who are not members of either that race or those categories in terms of the quality of their contribution and the enormous energy they put into this thing. Say apartheid, Ruth First. Ruth First is a white woman. She did enormous amount of work in terms of fighting apartheid. But once we use the category of white and black, we tend to miss the role of, say, the whites who did tremendous amount of work in fighting apartheid. The same thing with how you structure your contributions. The same thing with how he also structured his contribution. If we go to the African side, once we use Africa, saying Africans sold people into slavery, then that category by itself undermines the power of oppositional forces to the slave trade within Africa. So this is a small challenge. How do we begin to rethink the categories that we use so that if at the very minimum we can give credit to people within these societies, as you have demonstrated, who are also very much opposed to slavery. And as long as we use white, black, we tend to erase this enormous contribution. The second one is about legitimate trade. Is it possible to link it to many of the arguments that arose, especially after the American Civil War, in which they pose the question, how do you integrate indigenous population to a concept of civilization? And listening to your paper, you find resonances even with that current, in which they made the argument. If you want to broaden the concept of we the people, why don't you assimilate those whom you call Indians? Through two things. Give them education and make them producers. Connect them to land so that they can begin to produce. And you find how that template, right, became part of the parameters of what came into focus under legitimate trade. Let people produce. In other words, the Bible and the plow hold arguments. And I was finally to the panelists, can we inject the notion of citizenship into the argument? Citizenship. It came out more clearly in your own paper. How do you define a being in terms of democratic value and notions of citizenship? So if you say, I'm not a citizen, right, different from saying, I'm not a Christian, that becomes a complicated topic in which part of the arguments you are making, right, becomes value issues. David Altis, your colleague at Emory at some point, said, look, how do we also begin to look at issues of values and he made a profound statement that the most advanced countries, this is not my argument, this is David's argument, in terms of values of freedom and democracy, also happen to be the most brutal in treating other people. Thank you very much.
Is a brilliant observation and was the purpose of my book, the first one. And one point about it is just this: if you regard slavery and the subjection of other people as positional, and you regard the ideology which justifies that or attempts to as anti-racist ideology, then of course many people will participate differentially in seeing what's wrong, saying something about it, and fighting it. And I don't think that the problem of enslavement, Marx once said in Capital, labor cannot be free in the white skin where in the black it is branded, and that the death of slavery was linked to the rise of the new movement for the 8-hour day, and here we are in the city of Haymarket. So we might want to think about that maybe these things are linked. About citizenship, it's a good way to look at it, and in democratic individuality, I speak with John Rawls of the universal capacity for moral personality. All human beings have it, and the treatment of human beings as other, and the wasting of lives, be they Palestinian, be they Israeli, be they Iranian, be they South African, be they American, be they Native American, is equally horrible in each case. There is no child that deserves to be treated as often American foreign policy treats them.
So you want me to say something about this?
You could.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's so much to say, and I don't want to take up too much time. I mean, I think I completely agree about the problem of reifying categories of analysis. I will just say that the purpose of this particular presentation is to try to render comprehensible a certain body of thought that became, I think, significant in the late 18th century. And understanding that body of thought means understanding the categories that people were using at the time. So it's not so much that the language I was using was the language of the people that I was trying to understand. My own view is that I agree with what you said completely. I mean, we're learning more and more about resistance to the slave trade in various West African communities, throughout the history. What I'm also advocating here is taking rather more seriously the variety of European experiences and points of view among those who are resident on the coast. We've tended to focus on the traders, but there are quite large number of people who were there because they had been drafted or had been brought into the traffic in one way or the other, who were not particularly invested in the slave trade but found themselves in West Africa for a variety of reasons. And so I think the more that we can tell actually very small stories about experience, perspective, outlook, the better. And one of the consequences of that will be to in some ways undo the damage of early modern thought, which created these categories in the first place, and start looking more specifically about who was doing what to whom, when, for what reasons, and with what consequences. And that's really that's the direction that I'm headed. But one of the parts of that project first is to suggest that there's actually a wider range of discussion about the Africa trade in Europe in the 18th century than our current scholarship suggests.
Hi. Yeah. Thank you. My question has to do with the relationship of legitimate trade in the context of an alternative to the slave trade and the social advantages of commerce. Montesquieu says in the spirit of the law is where the manners of men are gentle, there is commerce, and where there is commerce, the manners of men are gentle. So you have this tradition, and the economist Jacob Viner takes it back to Libanius in the 4th century, saying that God has placed different gifts in different countries to encourage commerce among them as a path to international brotherhood. How does that older tradition relate to this newer sense of
that's in
legitimate
part
trade.
what some of the people that I cited are drawing upon. I mean, it's important to say that it's wrong, right? It is, the fact of the matter is that as the Atlantic slave trade is a thriving, extraordinarily successful commerce, which was dependent upon violence from first to last. So the notion that that trade between different cultures and societies leads to harmony and civil and all these sorts of things that they're talking about is not true. But the fact that they're saying this needs to be understood and analyzed. And it's quite clear that at least for some, that they were so bothered by the inability to reconcile what's supposed to happen in cross-cultural trade and what was happening led some to wonder about the Atlantic slave trade itself. But it's important to, if you want to understand the era, to try to make sense of these tensions between what people thought was supposed to happen and what was actually happening. So, all of the folks that I was citing and referring to were quite familiar with their Montesquieu, and we were actually drawing upon it, and we're trying to utilize it to try to make sense of or try to make some suggestions about what other ways the Africa trade might look.
Thank you.
Hi, all of the presentations are good, it's all good, but I don't want to become attached to one theory as a reason why slavery began. My question is addressed to Mr. Brown. That was really significant sounding book. I must read, because I tried to digest a lot of information really quickly. And my question is really, why didn't they, in the end, why didn't they use use Nigerians or whatever as slaves in Africa to grow cotton? Why did they have to transport people to the colonies and create this global human nightmare?
Yeah, well, it's one of the important unasked questions, or it's been asked a couple of times, but understudied questions, I would say, in the history of European overseas enterprise. I mean, so in the era in which Europeans are settling, colonizing, destroying populations in the Americas, there's very little in the way of extensive colonization and settlement in West Africa, and not much of an attempt to. Now, there are a variety of sort of large structural reasons why that's the case. But I think what's interesting is that I don't think, from the standpoint of somebody who works on British history, we've not thought enough about why more effort wasn't put in that direction. I could give you a very long set of answers for why I think that might be the case. But I guess what I would want to say is that from the very beginning, from the establishment of the Royal African Company in the late 17th century, there are British officials and traders who suggest throughout the history of the Atlantic slave trade that maybe it would be more efficient and more profitable to encourage the production of cotton along the coast, the production of sugar along the coast. And that dissenting tradition, which really runs all the way through the history of the Atlantic slave trade, we don't pay any attention to because it never happened. It didn't go anywhere. It's not the origins of anything until it gets picked up by abolitionists later. So, but it's there all the way through the history, and I think it's something that we need to sort of study more and think about more. I don't have all the answers to it, but I guess mostly I want to sort of draw attention to the fact that this was there.
Thank you.
Well, if I may, another thing you might mention is disease in West Africa, which made it, European managers were not likely to live long enough to see the fruits of their labor, and I don't think they were prepared to turn it over entirely to people who grew up in that disease environment.
Well, the soil and the climate doesn't make it very comfortable to try and do the kind of crops you're talking about that will grow.
Well, I think they will, but one thing about disease is that soon malaria began to affect the Americas, so they may have had a window of better health in the Caribbean, but quite soon then it became lethal for Europeans. Just a couple of comments and one question. Professor Brown, you may find it interesting or may perhaps know that in the Lower Congo, the local people engaged energetically and happily in the production of cash crops for the export trade, and they were quite so competitive and effective that the Congo Free State, and then after it the early Belgian Congo colony, had to take measures to suppress the competition, because these free producers did much better than the forced laborers who were under the thumb of the concessionary companies. And by having to pay a competitive price, the Belgians could not make the kind of profit that they desired and insisted upon. Of course, Leopold very much supported. So it worked extremely well on the basis of local people organizing themselves, self-organization, not top-down, but it was not convenient for the colonial economy as Belgium perceived it. One comment about the dissent, and when dissent arises and is expressed in the Congo Kingdom, as you know, there's a series of quite a lot of correspondence on the part of some of the kings, of course, some very much engaged in the slave trade, but there's a lot of correspondence, especially after about 50 years of the Portuguese relationship with the kingdom, letters to the Vatican and to Portugal complaining about the slave trade and making very good arguments, both practical and philosophical, against the morality and the properness of that kind of trade. And then, Kristin, a quick question. The people trying to get passports to come from Bahia to the New World, who were they in terms of their origin? Europe, the New World, what ethnic and racial characteristics did they have? I'm curious.
People trying to get passports in by way of travel to Africa? Well, it varied over the course of the 19th century. And they included many different kinds of people. Many of them were... Use the mic. Many of them were Europeans of different origin wanting to travel to Africa for commercial and other reasons, and some of them were slaves who were being taken by such people to Africa to serve them, or slaves who were being hired out by their owners in Bahia to accompany others who were going there because they were interested in the payment they would receive for letting their slaves work in that way. Sizable numbers of them were Brazilians who did different kind of work. Many of them were, of course, involved in commerce, but others of them were artisans or skilled workers. And then, of course, many of them were libertos, who freed blacks, some African-born, some Creole, who were going back and forth between Brazil and Africa for different reasons. Sometimes to trade, sometimes to perform skilled work. Now, one of the things I've learned through my own work is that some of them were going back to see kin from whom they'd been separated while they were slaves. And you know, that at least where the trade between the Bight of Benin and Brazil is concerned, in the 19th century, the slave trade didn't always mean an irrevocable break with the family and the town of origin. And a certain number of slaves were actually able, while they were slaves, to maintain some connection with their homelands, and by the time they were libertos, went back to visit. That wasn't the norm, but it did happen. So a wide range of people were traveling back and forth. The movement back and forth was very irregular. It did ebb and flow. It seems to have declined for a period of time in the 1830s when the Brazilians passed a law, outlawing the slave trade. But then once it became clear that it wasn't really going to be enforced, the movement picked up again. And after final abolition, the movement also declined. There are actually some scholars now who are really working on these passport records and trying to put all this information into a database so that we can answer these sorts of questions more precisely.
Thank you. I will direct my questions to Christopher and then Kristin. I am still conflicted about the term legitimate commerce, and I'm happy you have it in quotes. Even though my area of focus is on colonial Freetown, but my curiosity sometimes lead me to reading stuff outside the precincts of my interest. But I was wondering if legitimate commerce was indeed true and genuine, and those who pursued it indeed wanted to pursue it as legitimate commerce. In the case of Sierra Leone in particular, which I am very much convinced that you are aware of, the Royal African Company, was already entrenched in Sierra Leone and found itself trading with people in the Bonds Island area. But even before it got there, the Africans, the Sierra Leoneans, were engaged in long and short distance trade. So there was that kind of structure which already existed. And my curiosity is, why would the British, who were pursuing this concept of legitimate trade, not build on those structures? Did not build on the structure of long and short distance trade, which already existed.
Right.
If anything,
Right.
The so-called legitimate commerce disrupted that structure.
Right.
And then to Kristin, I enjoyed your presentation very much. And it brought me back to this whole old argument, which I'm sure you're aware of, resistance and collaboration, in colonialism, in the slave trade, and so on and so forth. But my view is, from reading the literature, is that it is far more complex than it has been presented, i.e., that, there were Africans who collaborated. Freddie Cooper has made this argument several times that even in terms of the economy, the contributions of Africa could not have, highly impact the economies of Europe and so on and so forth. But my point is, yes, there were Africans, for a lack of a better word, and I agree with Toyin's point about categories, but for a lack of a better word, let's ascribe the term Africans to them. Most of the Africans that collaborated, the structure was set up in a way that, in my view, the collaboration could have been conscious, but most times prompted by the circumstances of the day. And I'll give you an example. The Nova Scotians, with all their ideas of American freedom and so on and so forth, when they went to Sierra Leone, they were given this land eventually to demonstrate how free they were. They named it Freetown and so on and so forth. But then what happened? They rebelled. And that rebellion is central in understanding the history of the colony, particularly when it comes to the issue of abolition. They rebelled, and one of the reasons they gave for their rebellion was racism, inequality. The British were treating them as second class, as subordinates to them. So all these positions in Lagos, in Freetown, eventually in Bathurst, Gambia, and so these people were serving at mid-level positions, and they were unconsciously promoting the British Empire simply because the British Empire did not want to spend resources, invest resources by bringing so many expatriates from Europe, apart from the other difficulties associated with that disease and so on and so forth. But that was also a way of ruling the empires with less resources. And these people were underpaid. And so the structure was set up in a way that what seemed to be collaboration, agency on their part, was forced. Was prompted by the structure set out by the British. In Ghana, the Creoles occupied mid-level positions. In Lagos, in Freetown, and so on and so forth. Because they could do the dirty work with low wages. But even at that, the Creoles in Sierra Leone eventually rebelled against the British because, as I said, after the Nova Scotia Rebellion, where they cried foul over racism, that concept continued up to independence. where the Creoles were saying, we are equally well educated, we should go toe-to-toe with you, in terms of administering our affairs. So, in short, I'm trying to say, yes, there must have been agency. The Lagos people, the Freetown people may have served as agents to the structure, but the structure was designed in a way that you either do that or you suffer the consequence.
Would you like to go first? Do you want to respond first, Kristin, or should you? Okay. Well, I'll just say, very quickly, legitimate commerce is in quotes in the title for two reasons. One, the term did not exist in the period in which I'm using it. So I'm taking a term that came into existence in the 19th century and using it to describe a body of ideas in the late 18th century. The only reason why I'm doing, go back to category, the only reason why I'm doing that is otherwise I have to say over and over again for 2 or 3 sentences the replacement of American staple crops. So this is a term of art that I'm using as a kind of a shorthand to describe a complex of ideas. It's also in quotes because the legitimacy of the commerce, even in the terms that the abolitionists and the people that I'm referring to, is very much in question, since many of them imagine that this would be produced by slave labor in West Africa. Okay, so the point here is not to contrast necessarily, from my point of view, one evil commerce with one good commerce. The point is to point out that there are different ideas from a European perspective of the priorities that might be placed on the trade with Africa. So that's the reason why it's in quotes. The second thing I want to say is that you're absolutely right that there is we know increasingly about a whole, just the complexity of trade, both short and long distance trade. Somebody mentioned earlier commodity production. The production of rice in the Upper Guinea coast is extensive in this period. It provides the food for men and women and children shipped on slave ships during the slave trade. The point I want to make about that is that most of these European writers don't know anything about that. Okay, the language I wanted to evoke some of the language here is to show just how little knowledge they have. It is impossible to underestimate how much ignorance there is in European circles about basic facts of geography, agriculture, commerce. All of this is just these are thought exercises. These are dreams. These are just kind of like things that people sort of think up in their head, or they're kind of ideas or people who are on the ground who have the idea of, to put it, wouldn't it be cool if we could do A, B, C, D, and E, right? So in this period, in the 18th century, all of this is just sort of speculation and fantasy. But it's speculation and fantasy that starts to inform proposals and plans. Okay, but it's important to recognize that what I'm talking about is not knowledge or power, it's aspiration.
I'll follow up on that very briefly to make a couple of points. Looking at the articulation of these ideas in the 19th century, drawing on these older currents of thought, even several decades later, well, first of all, there was the assumption that this legitimate commerce, which was an ideological construct, would be as good for Britain as it was for Africa, and not just that it would be as good for Britain as it was for Africa, but it was absolutely essential to the welfare of the British nation, that if Britain didn't do it, it couldn't address its own problems at home. And so that it was necessary for Britain to begin to develop these new kinds of commerce. And that was a strong motivating factor, as was the desire to reform Africa. The other thing is, though, that if you look at this mid-19th century text of Buxton, he talks at great length about the way that Africans can start to produce these new kinds of products, but he doesn't talk at all about how it will be done. There is no model in that text of how the production of these new kinds of commodities will be organized inside Africa. That is just blank. There is an assumption of smallholder production and of small-scale trade, but it isn't very fully articulated, and he doesn't imagine that in the end it will be done in the way it finally was done in many places in the end, and that is using or drawing very heavily on the labor of African slaves. That people who weren't now being exported would be owned locally in Africa and would be put to work producing these kinds of commodities. But to get to the question about, I mean, I guess two points I want to make. One which isn't so central to your question, but is very present in my mind. And it is that many of the Brazilians owned slaves in Brazil, and they bought and sold slaves in Brazil, and they brought those, some of them brought those slaves back to Africa, and they bought slaves in Africa. And the Soros who migrated, some of them, when they got back home, bought slaves and owned slaves. One of the, I'm working on the biographies of some libertos who came back to Africa, and one of them was exported as a slave in the 1830s to Brazil. By 1850, he had freed himself, and by the end of the 1850s, he was a slave owner in Brazil. He owned a woman who had 3 slaves. He, right before he married a woman. He married a liberto who also owned an African slave and also bore children, who then became the slave of that woman. This married couple went back to Africa in 1867. Right before they went back, one of the slave women, who had been owned by the husband, was allowed to free herself for 700 mil reis. Her firstborn child was freed because, as it transpired, he was taken back to Africa. But the other 2 children were not. And then I looked at the wife who had owned a female slave, and I said, what happened to Rosa? Rosa couldn't free herself. She wasn't able to. And what I found is that within days of their departure for Africa, they sold Rosa. She had a suckling baby, and they sold two of her children. And they also sold, I can document that they sold one of the children of the other slave woman. Now, what does that say? Does that say that these were somehow morally corrupt and evil human beings, these former slaves? What it says to me is that slave holding was so deeply embedded in the culture. It isn't that necessarily they didn't question it, or they didn't have anti-slavery sentiments, but it was so deeply embedded in the fabric of the culture and the economy that they practiced it because it provided them one of the few means of attaining any kind of security. If you were a slave in Brazil, or a liberto in Brazil, one of the few ways you could make sure you could have a child whose paternity you could claim was to buy a slave and have a child by that slave. And I think the same thing goes for slave owning and even slave trading by some of these people back in Africa itself. It was very much a part of the fabric of the culture. And it wasn't necessarily that it wasn't ever questioned or that it wasn't ever opposed, but it was also practiced by many. Anyway, so
Well, we're running late.
I have a simple question. It's very simple. And I'm young enough to remember the histories that we read in high school on this subject, on slavery and its aftermath. And my question to the panel is there a serious effort to replace what we were raised with on the history, in the history books in this country, in public school systems, to what historians actually know now on how deeply the effects of slavery and racism comes afterward? Because our young people, they're growing up, and many of them, you see them interacting with one another, but when they go home to their home settings, it's something maybe from the family, from the parents and the grandparents that will pull them away and isolate them from each other. So my question again is very simple, is there an effort to replace what we was raised in the histories coming up to what historians actually know now? And is there a backlash? Do you see a backlash coming, or has one began on accountability? Instead of, sometimes you see people pointing the finger at who caused this slave trade, instead of saying, okay, not who caused it, but this person, this group, they were all a part of it, and are they accepting responsibility for that?
I wrote the book that I wrote exactly to do this. And I think it reflects much work done by wonderful historians. But what I say about the issue is different. And one of the things that's noticeable about that was the Times ran a wonderful article on July 4th for the DAR, A New Chapter, in which 2 black women had formed the chapter of the DAR. And there were 11 people in it, some coming from far out of state, because, you know, DAR ain't friendly territory. It's the people who were blacks who fought and their relatives. And so it turns out the DAR, after many racist estimates, has discovered that there's 6,600 blacks and Native Americans who fought on the American side, and they asked for more. And the genealogist there, who's been a racist for 30 years, he has his name on the thing, but he didn't bother to read it, because he says that there were 5,000 out of 400,000 who fought for the Americans who were black. So I wrote a 134-word letter to the New York Times quoting Floor, whom I quoted here, right? They didn't print the letter, and Chicago often has its books reviewed, its lead book reviewed in the Times, and the Times didn't review it. And one of the points about this is what historians know needs to be made forcefully public to as many people, and particularly in high schools and colleges. And so a lot of what I'm doing about the book is going around, anybody invite me, to talk about it, particularly to the people who need to move the mountain of racism most. So your question is just dead on.
I think that's a good place to end, and I hope that we'll continue the conversation informally. We're going to break for lunch now, and we'll reconvene at 1:30 for a panel on Black Atlantic in the Age of Revolution, and then at 4 o'clock we'll hear our keynote speaker, Toyin Flalola. So thank you very much to the panel and the audience, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the second session of our symposium. The panel this afternoon is going to be on Black Atlantic in the Age of Revolution. I also want to make sure that you know that at 4 o'clock in the same room we'll be having our keynote speaker, Toyin Flalola, and you're all welcome to come to that. And after the keynote address, the library exhibit will be open, and there will be a reception at the library for everyone who would like to tour the exhibit. So be sure to go over there. It's going to be very interesting. Now, I'd like to introduce Corey Capers from the UIC History Department, who will introduce our panelists this afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope you all have enjoyed the earlier panels today, and for those of you who are newcomers, I hope you enjoy what will happen this afternoon. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce our 2 panelists whose work I've known for a while, both with one in person conferencing and another through her book. The first panelist will be Bryan Rommel-Ruiz, who is the Associate Professor of History at the Colorado College, where he teaches on topics such as the Atlantic world, the Black Atlantic, United States history from 1776 to the present, more recently the U.S. South, as well as American popular culture, film, and history. He's been awarded fellowships by the Gilbert Center for the Study of Slavery, Resistance, and Abolition, and also the John T. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation. His book projects are multiple. Last year, he came out with the American History Goes to the Movies by Routledge Press, and is working on 2 other book projects. One that is most relevant to this conference, Making the Black Atlantic Modern, Black Life in Rhode Island and Nova Scotia from 1750 to 1850, and another From Atlantic to Southern, The Transformation of Charleston, 1670 to 1877. So you can see he's all over the place in a good way, right? And I think this kind of multiple interest and multidisciplinary scholarship, it has a lot to offer to us. He's also presented articles, several different articles in journals such as Slavery and Abolition and Rethinking History, a journal of theory and practice. Today, his paper title is The Politics of Festivals, Racial Consciousness, West Indian Emancipation Festivals, and Historical Agency in 19th Century Black Atlantic. We also have Professor Sibylle Fischer, Associate Professor in the Department of Spanish and Portuguese, as well as affiliations in Latin American Studies and Africana Studies at NYU. Her research interests are in Caribbean literatures, Spanish-American independence, human rights, the Haitian Revolution, political philosophy in imperial Spain, as well as the politics of slavery. She's most renowned for her book, Modernity Disavowed, Haiti and the Culture of Slavery in the Age of Revolution, which was awarded several prizes, including the Sibylle and Gordon Lewis Award of the Caribbean Studies Association, the Bryce Wood Award from which is the Latin American Studies Association Outstanding Book in the Humanities and Social Sciences, the Catherine Kovacs Award for Outstanding Book in Spanish and Latin American Literatures, and the Frantz Fanon Award for Outstanding Book in Caribbean Thought. She also has published published several articles in journals such as in Haiti and the Atlantic World, which I believe is an edited volume, also Small Acts of the Journal of Caribbean Studies, among others. Her work in progress is a book on Simón Bolívar in the Caribbean, which is a book-length study that brings into focus the often neglected early period of his military campaign and argues that Bolívar's firsthand experience in post-slavery Haiti shaped his peculiar republicanism and his racial thinking. So again, we're moving from Nova Scotia to Haiti, and as well as the rest of the Caribbean. And she's also working on a book called The Subject of Rights, which is a collection of essays about the theory of universal human rights, its relationship to the history of slavery and anti-slavery, and the dialectics between universalism and violence. And her paper title has changed and will be On the Subject of Universal Rights, Toussaint Louverture's Constitution of 1801. And since we just have a little bit of extra time, since there are only 2 panelists, I just want to say a few short things. I'm pleased to be here and to present the panelists, and I'm pleased that UIC is putting on such a conference. While I'm pleased about the institution and the people, I'm more happy about the opportunity that we have together to discuss and present to the public at large on the topic of slavery in the Atlantic world and the reformist and violent struggles against it. This conference should only be a beginning. Slavery can rightly be approached with outrage, shame, or sorrow, but we also have to attend to the ironic fact that it underwrites much of the culture and institutions that we live in and supports our work, right? So just as we can look at it with outrage and sorrow, we also have to attend to how perhaps today we're still implicated in that legacy, right? And so this is the challenge that I and others face in teaching, and that we also faced, I think, in organizing the conference itself. One of the chief obstacles of putting the conference together was what to call it, I think, and we went round and round around this issue. You know, do we want to call it something high and scholarly? Do we want to call it something that broadly appeals to the public? And I think slavery and its aftermath was a good compromise. But part of the challenge then was the public's real or imagined lack of knowledge about just what was abolition itself. And that's something that we're here to try to address, right? Would the public know about it? If not, would they come just because of the title? And so it's a compromise. As we know, slavery didn't just die on its own. It died from violent struggle against it by the enslaved and the liberated, as well as more reform-minded abolitionists in the Atlantic world. In addition, we're not just dealing with its legacy or its aftermath. Instead, we're dealing with the way that contempt for black bodies that came out of slavery also informed the standardization of culture and politics in the Western world writ large. The evidence of this in the United States is in the long history of racist caricature used in popular culture and politics, and the related disposability of black and brown bodies in the United States made apparent in the obvious, if often ignored, large numbers of black and brown bodies in our prison state. And in teaching, I know I talk to my students and say, well, you know, they say, well, they raise issues such as personal responsibility and crime, and I say, well, you know, there are two ways to look at this, and perhaps this is controversial, but it makes sense to me. If we look at the number of black and brown bodies in prison related to the percentage of their population, and that number just for African Americans it's right around 50%, even as they make up around 12% of the population. So to my mind, at least, there are two ways to look at this, and they're not simple ways, but two ways. We either still live in a society where racism is pervasive, or black and brown peoples are predisposed to crime. It's one or the other, right? And so the aftermath of slavery is still part of this problem. And so instead of passing away, the prejudice which both underwrote slavery and was extended by it was turned into part of the standards of respectability which shape who we let into our universities, how they advance, or whether or not they succeed. Our panelists today implicitly and explicitly tell an early part of this story, which helps us, if we let it, understand our contemporary worlds, and I believe there are many of them that are overlapping and connected, and the practices that sustain them. Just some thoughts, and without further ado, I would like Bryan to come and present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's an honor to be a part of this conference because what I want to talk about today is a moment in which the aftermath of slavery, at least in the British Caribbean, was actually a foundation and a fountain of hope, and how the aftermath of slavery in this context helped people, as particularly in North America, especially the United States, believe in the possibility of ending slavery in the United States. So today what I'm going to talk about are the ways North Americans, particularly Nova Scotians and African Americans in New England, participated in British West Indian Emancipation festivals in order to sort of think about the possibility of ending slavery in the United States. So let me begin. On August 4th, 1857, Frederick Douglass addressed a crowd of people gathered at Canandaigua, New York, to celebrate the 20th anniversary of emancipation in the British West Indies. In his speech, he implored his audience to continue their festivities on this great occasion, despite criticism from people who considered it unpatriotic for Americans to celebrate an event tied to British history. Black emancipation was viewed as a vital moment in the progress of human freedom and a herald of what must come to the United States. So some censured the festivities for their exuberance. So Douglass reminded his audience that this was a solemn and sacred commemoration. In North America, Abolition Day festivals were occasions to honor not only the emancipation of slaves in the British Caribbean, but also the continued struggle for abolition in the United States. It had been 10 years since Douglass had spoken last to his audience on Abolition Day, and he took this opportunity to discuss the political developments affecting slavery, abolitionism, and people of color during the intervening decade. Events in the 1850s did not bode well for abolition of slavery and the advancement of racial equality. Consider, the Compromise of 1850 allowed slavery to expand into territories acquired from Mexico. The Fugitive Slave Law enabled slave catchers to operate throughout the country, and blood had been shed in Kansas over the right to prevent slavery from being practiced in the territory. Finally, in March of 1857, the Supreme Court had declared that black persons were not citizens of the United States. Collectively, these events reinforced Douglass's sobering assessment that the current political situation favored those who supported American slavery. Douglass exhorted abolitionists to celebrate West Indian emancipation, not only to honor the memory of those who had struggled for emancipation in the British Empire, but to inspire the faith required to end slavery in the United States. As he said, quote, "Notwithstanding the gloomy aspect of the times, I am not without hope that you will live to preside over a grander celebration than this, a celebration of the American Jubilee, in which 4 million of our countrymen shall rejoice in freedom. That Jubilee will come," end quote. Douglass's speech was a call to remember a shining moment in a historical moment toward emancipation that followed the American and French revolutions. He reminded anti-slavery advocates that they could emulate the great Englishmen and women who fought to end slavery in the British Empire. Douglass articulated a historical memory to serve as a foundation for political action. While he was speaking on behalf of all abolitionists, he particularly directed his speech toward African Americans in the audience, describing how this community was tied to the Black Atlantic. Celebration of West Indian emancipation on the 1st of August were one of the few venues where blacks could narrate their history, and more importantly, these freedom festivals were places where they and their white supporters discussed and assimilated a historical narrative centered on blacks in the Atlantic world. West Indian emancipation festivals were occasions to trace and transmit black history. By linking African American history to West Indian emancipation, Douglass connected his audience with the cultural and political resources that defined a Black Atlantic transnational consciousness. Blacks in the British West Indies had struggled for emancipation and had exhibited moral virtue in their transition to freedom. West Indian blacks exemplified what has been called the sublime beauty of freedom, that people hope would serve as the model for American emancipation. Celebrating the 1st of August, quote, awakened higher ambitions, end quote, among blacks in North America, and quote, shall tend to stimulate us to the execution of great deeds of heroism worthy to be held in admiration and perpetual remembrance, end quote. Blacks in places like Nova Scotia and Rhode Island had been celebrating West Indian emancipation since the late 1830s. These festivals were more than just occasions for the black community to come together. They commemorated black achievement in the Atlantic world and connected their particular struggles with those of blacks in the West Indies. By the 1840s, Black Nova Scotians and Rhode Islanders had built independent institutions such as mutual aid associations, churches, and schools. However, they continued to encounter formidable social and political obstacles. Immigration, industrialization, and democratization had exacerbated racial antagonisms, culminating in race riots in 1824 and 1831 in Rhode Island, and racial violence in Nova Scotia in 1847. Despite the signs of progress Douglass observed, blacks being marginalized socially and economically throughout North America and the North American and Atlantic. 1st of August festivals demonstrated their determination to assert their presence in the body politic and linked their struggle to broader movements in the Black Atlantic. Before the Civil War, African Americans periodically participated in 4th of July observances in the urban North, proclaiming themselves virtuous citizens and articulating a political voice in the Democratic Republic. Their political self-assertion, however, attracted the attention of hostile whites who disrupted black parades and celebrations and sometimes attacked participants in the street. This racial violence eventually deterred black 4th of July celebrations, although it did not eliminate black public festivals entirely. Black Americans still used 4th of July celebrations to protest the nation's failure to fulfill the egalitarian ideals of the Declaration of Independence. Often, these celebrations appeared more somber than uplifting. In 1840, when the quote-unquote Friends of Emancipation congregated at the Christian Chapel in Providence to celebrate the 4th of July, Thomas Rodman described it as, quote, a day of jubilee and emancipation, end quote. He spoke out against slavery and encouraged his audience to continue their abolitionist agitation, although the movement had limited support and unfortunately was fractured internally. His audience was aware that, quote, there had been many mistakes made about abolition, end quote. So on this occasion, he sought to, quote, lead all to reflection. Frederick Douglass would also famously give an oration on the 4th of July, condemning the hypocrisy of this holiday that celebrated American freedom and liberty while the nation continued to protect slavery. His 1st of August speech, in contrast, celebrated the uplifting and transcendent spirit of emancipation and the progress of black freedom. Similarly, black Americans found alternative ways to 4th of July celebrations to announce their political voice in the public sphere, staging parades and celebrations to demonstrate their political ideals. More than moments of public revelry, celebrations and festivals were public expressions of a popular political culture. In this vein, Abolition Day festivals celebrated black achievement as well as the continued struggle for racial equality. During the 19th century, black mutual aid associations and anti-slavery societies defined what can be called a black Republican spirit that promoted a politics of benevolence and moral uplift that contrasted to what we see as a white bourgeois value of possessive individualism, maintaining a more corporatist worldview that stressed a more singular interest of the black community. These organizations articulated black political ideas and nurtured African Americans as they advocated for their rights as citizens and the abolition of slavery. While associational life promoted these ideals in a more enclosed setting, 1st of August festivals were more public occasions. As the hymns and commemorative orations illustrate, blacks and their white supporters viewed their struggle within a more black Atlantic context, drawing upon their collective trials and triumphs to define themselves and their history. Frederick Douglass addressed these issues that other Abolition Day speeches frequently highlighted, that is, the achievement of black freedom in the West Indies and the importance of black activism in the struggle against slavery in the United States. 1st of August celebrations worked in tandem with other black and interracial associations to sustain a political momentum in a period when pro-slavery forces appeared to dominate American national politics. Speakers such as Henry Bleeby celebrated not only the glory of West Indian emancipation, but also the virtues of moderation with which former slaves adjusted to lives as free citizens. At West Indian emancipation festivals, blacks in Rhode Island and Nova Scotia defined a black political perspective that situated local struggles within the transnational history of the Black Atlantic and the grand narrative of the progress of freedom that defined this age of enlightenment and democratic revolutions. In July 1838, Nova Scotians turned out to celebrate the coronation of Queen Victoria. In the parade that led to the Government House, representatives of the Colored Truckmen and the African Friendly Society brought up the rear of the procession. Ignoring the reluctance of the White Planning Committee to include black Nova Scotians in the parade, the African Society, quote, claimed the right which the committee willingly conceded of joining their fellow citizens in celebration of the coronation of a sovereign, end quote. The African Friendly Society hoped its presence would show, quote, that not a slave breathes within the ample verge of her dominions, end quote. Carrying pink and blue flags and wearing sashes and ribbons, they marched after their fellow Nova Scotians behind a banner proclaiming, quote, Victoria and freedom, end quote. An otherwise critical observer noted that, quote, this part of the procession was respectable and orderly and exhibited an interesting specimen of the good feeling which should animate all classes, end quote. Black Nova Scotians wanted to demonstrate that they were proud to be subjects of a benevolent sovereign. Although once they had been slaves in the United States, they were now free subjects in an empire that had just abolished slavery throughout its realm. Black Nova Scotians believed their history symbolized the progress of the entire British Empire and participated in popular street political culture to celebrate emancipation. In the hostile racial climate of the 1840s and 1850s, Black Nova Scotians strengthened their associational life. Yet these activities did not signal a retreat from politics altogether. Rather, blacks moved away from electoral partisanship to engage in more autonomous, issue-oriented advocacy. In 1846, the African Abolition Society emerged as a prominent black association in Halifax to address the issues of slavery and freedom in the Black Atlantic. In the Abolition Day festivals it organized annually on the 1st of August, Nova Scotia's blacks also fashioned a political discourse that simultaneously expressed their position and identity in Nova Scotia and shaped a Black Atlantic consciousness. Singing hymns and listening to orations commemorating the emancipation of their brothers and sisters in the West Indies, they celebrated Black people's progress toward freedom in local popular political culture. The Abolition Society advocated the emancipation of slaves in the United States and sponsored speeches by American-born blacks about the struggles of the enslaved and freed men and women in the United States. Through the African Abolition Society, blacks in Nova Scotia sustained a transnational Black Atlantic consciousness that connected their struggles with those in the West Indies and the United States. The Providence Daily Journal began reporting 1st of August celebrations 6 years after the official end of slavery in the British Caribbean. The journal identified characteristics of these festivals that illustrate their connection both with earlier public events such as Black Election Day and 4th of July celebrations, and with Black civic and political organizations. On August 3rd, 1854, the newspaper reported that, quote, the colored people of this city assembled to the number of several hundred yesterday in the grove in the northern suburbs, when a picnic was spread and a celebration held in commemoration of the emancipation of the slaves in the British West Indies, end quote. It further noted that, quote, addresses were made by several speakers and everything was conducted in an orderly and credible manner. After the picnic, a long procession composed of persons of both sexes marched through the streets with banners and music, end quote. Since the colonial period, blacks had claimed public space to demonstrate that they were part of the social fabric of the urban community. Now, they used the space to celebrate the abolition of slavery in the British West Indies. Feasting, music, and enjoyment were integral in this event. People were encouraged to have a good time. But this was a solemn occasion that also required sober behavior. Black people's morality, as well as their politics, were on public display. The processional march, music, and banners all speak to African Americans' desire to have their social and political ideas taken seriously, like other celebrations that reflected popular political culture. On one occasion, the Providence Journal commented that participants, quote, marched through the streets in process with music and banners and made a very orderly and respectable appearance, end quote. On another, the paper noted that, quote, the music, banners, and processions were all in good taste, and they made an excellent and creditable appearance as they marched through the streets, end quote. As with any public display, the procession had a conscious dramaturgical quality, precisely because demeaning stereotypes of free blacks circulated the white press and popular culture in the form of abolition pamphlets and minstrel shows. African Americans sought to replace those counterfeit views of race and culture with more sober and uplifting representations of black life. The multivalent character of the colonial festival, Black Election Day, as well as the presence of white authority, left the impression that those colonial election days might be nothing more than a public revelry. Abolition Day, in contrast, demanded a level of gravity appropriate for the subject of black emancipation. The procession, music, and banners were still a spectacle for viewers who watched the participants march through the city, but they were observing a demonstration of political activity that honored Black freedom, a far cry from the plebeian harvest festival that was Black Election Day. The orations explained the significance of the event they were commemorating and their connections between political movements in the British Caribbean and those in the United States and other parts of the Black Atlantic. Significantly, 1st of August observances were coordinated by members of Black and interracial organizations, in sharp contrast to the colonial Black election days that were financially dependent on and controlled by white elites. Establishing their own churches and civic associations enabled Blacks to develop an independent voice and assert themselves more confidently in public. The Providence Journal recorded that the 1st of August celebration of 1846 was coordinated by the city's Union Anti-Slavery Society. The day culminated in a concert for Black activists and their white supporters at Mechanics Hall. Black and white supporters commemorated the triumph of emancipation and encouraged activism. African Americans were especially energized by oration and hymns that called upon them to act as citizens to change the direction of the nation. Emancipation celebrations were a part of a transnational movement across the Atlantic world that bound participants together in a common sacred purpose, that is, to abolish slavery in the United States. These connections are clearly articulated in the speech Reverend Henry Bleeby, who had served as a Baptist missionary in the British West Indies and witnessed the transition from slavery to freedom there. In 1858, when Bleeby gave his 1st of August speech at the Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society, the issue of slavery and freedom in the United States was at its most volatile. Bleeby's choice to start by highlighting the violent slave insurrection of 1832 in Barbados and then describe the peaceful transition from slavery to freedom that followed addressed the larger concerns of his abolitionist audience, how American slaves would respond to emancipation. He used the history of Barbadian slaves to argue not only that peaceful emancipation was possible, but that freedmen and women would nobly confront the challenges of freedom. According to Bleeby, the history of slavery in Barbados demonstrated that the brutality of slavery produced violent insurrection. In 1832, 50,000 slaves, quote, made an effort for their liberty and had resolved to strike a blow for freedom, end quote. For Bleeby, the uprising proved that slaves did not accept their social condition, despite the contentions of West Indian planters and their other slaveholders, and the violence required to maintain the system reciprocally produced violent responses from the enslaved. The British military put down the 1832 insurrection, killing 2,000 insurgents, quote, most of them either shot or hanged in cold blood, end quote. Bleeby said that after the uprisings, planters discouraged missionary work. Even some missionaries had publicly supported their rule, and 18 churches were burned. The abolition of slavery in the British Empire energized him, as he recognized that part of his mission was to support the emancipation process. Rather than responding with mayhem and retribution against whites for their suffering, slaves welcomed abolition with joyful prayers and singing that their jubilee had come. In Bleeby's view, God's children had finally been delivered from slavery. He described how his Black congregation knelt in prayer when, quote, the hour of freedom had come, end quote. At the moment of their emancipation, quote, they literally shouted the hymn, the Negro Jubilee. He then shared this hymn with the audience, who together rejoiced in the emancipation of slaves in the British Caribbean. Send the glad tidings over the sea. His chains are broke, the slave is free. Britannia's justice, wealth, and might have gained the Negro's long-lost right. Barbadian freedmen and women recognized that this historic moment was connected to other Black men and women still in chains in the Black Atlantic. They knew that the world turned its eyes on them to see how they would adjust to freedom. As they sang, our prayers shall now with praise combine, for freedom poured on every clime, for holy freedom, gracious Lord, to join a world in sweet accord. Then, freed from sin, from error free, we'll keep a brighter jubilee. Bleeby emphasized that emancipation in the British West Indies sparked a flame, and it was now incumbent upon his audience in New England to carry the torch. He concluded, quote, "I hope the time will soon come when thousands of Christian ministers with their congregations throughout the length and breadth of the United States will be able to sing the Jubilee hymn." And to this he was received with, quote, "loud applause." Bleeby concisely stated the purpose of Abolition Day festivals: to celebrate Black freedom in the Atlantic world, and more importantly, move people to become historical agents in ending slavery in the United States. Now we have to think about hymn singing. Hymn singing was central to 1st of August celebrations. Singing transformed participants into a spiritual community, inspiring the mind and the soul. Group hymn singing connected people physically and emotionally to their sacred cause and moved participants to absorb the significance of slavery and emancipation in this light. As Henry Bleeby's description of blacks in Barbados singing the Negro Jubilee on the night of the Emancipation suggests, singing hymns energized the congregation as they celebrated their freedom. It gave their struggle for liberty sacred meaning, binding them to a collective memory, history, and consciousness. Emancipation would become the foundation of their new history, their memory of the past binding them together as a free people facing the future together. As the hymns and songs commemorating West Indian emancipation reveal, these rituals politicized, energized, and empowered participants in a moment of popular political culture. Hymn sheets from the Abolition Day celebrations in New England illustrate how this singing of Jubilee hymns spiritually moved an audience. The observance held in 1855 by the Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society, held in Abington, Massachusetts, connected West Indian emancipation directly with the current crisis over slavery in the United States. The first part of a hymn that had participants saying, "'Tis many years since England's arm the mighty barriers rent, and freely from his prison house the slave rejoicing went." Then the second part then they would sing, "Today beneath the stars and stripes the slave bows to his doom, and a proud nation wreathed in change is rushing to its tomb. It will not heed the boding signs, that mark of tempest nigh. It will now see the reddening bolts, the flame along the sky." When Britain had ended slavery in its empire in 1838, it added to the historical momentum of human freedom. In contrast, the United States was moving against the tide of history and, quote, rushing to its tomb. The hymn not only traced a progressive narrative of freedom, but also projected an apocalyptic vision for societies that continued to practice slavery. In language that echoed the biblical book of Revelations, the text warned the signs of Armageddon were evident in the skies. The history of American slavery, indeed, the fate of the nation itself, had now come to a turning point. The United States, a, quote, proud nation wreathed in chains, was hurtling towards disaster. In the third part of the hymn, they would sing, "Today by sunny mountain glide, the chapel bells do ring, and in the palm tree grateful shade, their freeborn children sing. And answering from our bright land, peals from 1,000 marts, that piercing cry of woe which comes from breaking human hearts." And in the fourth part, they would sing, "Today above old pilgrims' graves, the slaver counts his gain, the merchant for the fetter raves, the pulpit forged the chains. And o'er Nebraska, glorious land, o'er Kansas, fertile plain, dark slavery rides, and death and hell are following with their train." Juxtaposing freedom in the British Caribbean with slavery in the United States, the hymn points to the irony of slave owners and traders profiting from human bondage in the land of liberty. The contrast between the open, fertile landscape of the U.S. West and the civil war over slavery in bleeding Kansas underlines the contradiction. The joyful notes with which this hymn opens become somber by the end. Yet the participants did not leave the celebration on this note of despair. The next hymn gave the audience a place in the historical saga and challenged the apparent strength of pro-slavery forces. They sang, "Yes, boldly battle for the right, where the lot is cast. Wage ceaseless war against lawless might, nor think the conflict past. Dream not, but work, be bold and brave. Gird on truth's armor strong. Oh, never bow, a willing slave, towards sordid thrones of wrong. This hymn exhorted, quote, battle for right against, quote, lawless might. History, truth, and justice were on their side, wherever they, quote, thy lot is cast. They must undertake to act with, quote, bold militancy the struggle required. Emancipation in the British Caribbean became the touchstone for a Black historical consciousness that embodied the collective experience of slavery and encouraged belief in their agency to end slavery in the United States and obtain equal rights as citizens and subjects in New England and Nova Scotia. 1st of August celebrations express the political consciousness of the Black Atlantic. Participants celebrated the Enlightenment values of emancipation and progress and situated them within a historical trajectory that affirmed the racialized interconnections between Europe, Africa, and the Americas. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, and let me start by thanking the organizers of this amazing event, and Corey in particular for inviting me. It's been a great pleasure and honor to be here. Now I'm going to struggle a little bit with my PowerPoint. I'm not very good at these things, so one second. So apparently this is going to work, but you know, we just have to see. So what do I do to get this? Well, while we are working on this, maybe I can say a couple of things about the title. What you have in the program is sort of a generic title of what the kind of thing I'm working on at the moment. But the real title for my talk is on the subject of universal rights, Toussaint Louverture's colonial constitution of 1804. What I'm going to do is focus on precisely a moment of, and on the very precise moment of the abolition of slavery in Saint-Domingue. Password? And I was talking to Bryan just before the panel started, and he was telling me that he had cut out any reference to Haiti from his paper because of a lack of time, so I'm very pleased that I can sort of fill that in a little bit. Bryan said was that West Indian emancipation was celebrated, Haitian emancipation was not. That's, of course, sort of a piece with a story we know well. What I'm going to do in my paper is sort of backtrack a little bit and focus on the moment when Toussaint Louverture tried to enshrine emancipation constitutionally, and the framers of the Constitution make some quite remarkable linguistic and ideological moves, which seem to have escaped the attention of commentators who, by and large, have focused on Toussaint's constitution in very critical terms, focusing on the authoritarian nature of the constitution and on the fact that it was probably a strategic mistake to publish a constitution, because as a result of that constitution, Bonaparte raised the army and re-invaded Saint-Domingue, and 2 years of genocidal war ensued before Haiti then declared independence in 1804. This is just to give you a little bit of an orientation of what I'm talking about, what's the moment. So this is 1801, a colonial constitution, the first colonial constitution ever to have been written, and I think the second only is the Puerto Rican one, if we want to call that colonial. So that's what I'm talking about, and I don't know why this is not coming on. Maybe my tech wizards can figure this out. I don't have a password. Well, let's wait. So there are 2 points of engagement, just to give you a little bit of an orientation of what I'm trying to do. 2 points of engagement. One is looking at a text and see whether a close reading of very few lines might actually tell us something about how the text was written, because as a matter of fact, we know nothing about the framing of this constitution. There's very little information, and I would like to argue that a close reading can actually teach us something about the consideration behind the framing. Here we go. Okay. So that's on the one hand, this sort of a more historical interest, like what can we actually infer from the text itself. And then there's a more theoretical interest behind this, which engages the history or supposed genealogy of human universal rights. You know, there have been quite a few books written in the last 5-6 years on the matter, and my sense is that the genealogy currently most popular kind of eschews and sidelines issues having to do with slavery and the immense intellectual struggle that was required in order to even enshrine legally, constitutionally, a ban on slavery. It wasn't that obvious. That's what I'm going to try and show you. Okay, so we are ready. Thank you. So there has been this a wave of really exciting new work in history and the literary fields on the Haitian Revolution in recent years. And much of it has extolled the more truly universalistic aspiration of the anti-slavery struggle when compared with the supposedly more restrictive emancipatory agendas of other revolutions of the age. So obviously I'm completely behind the attempt to include the events that started in 1791 and in Saint-Domingue in the Age of Revolution. But what I would like to suggest here is that there may be other and equally important lessons to be learned from the anti-slavery revolution in Saint-Domingue, and that these lessons concern the fraught relationship between the declaration of abstract principles of humanitarianism and specific political struggles that track race and the irreducible realities of racial slavery. A close look at one of the most striking moments when universal rights language was first put to a test and forced to speak to the issue of racial slavery shows, I argue, that the inherited language of French Republican universalism was perceived as inadequate for bearing witness to the lived experience of enslavement. While metropolitan revolutionaries, like Robespierre famously, demanded that slavery must never be named in the records of the French Republic, lest it would mar its sublime caste, Republicans in the French colony seized French legal language and forced it to bear witness to the unspeakable. So, let's take a closer look at Toussaint Louverture's colonial constitution of 1801. I cut all the context that I have, you know, who was there, the little we know, and so on. I can perhaps leave that for the discussion if you have questions about the contextualization. So I'll move straight into the more, into the sort of the heart of the argument. So, by the way, it was written mostly by white people. I perhaps should say that there were probably 2 or 3 mulattoes on the commission. One of them, Julien Raymond, who was well known to have been fairly lukewarm on abolition in Paris in the 1790s. And otherwise, it was dominated by white planters who, however, wanted to abolish slavery. So they were allies of Toussaint Louverture's at this moment. So it's a complicated kind of setup. And I think the assumption has always been, well, this is just the voice of the white planters, but I think that there are complexities here that can't be explained that way, and I'll try to show that. So the Constitution of 1801 consisted of 77 articles. It does not declare independence, although some British observers, of course, wanted to read it that way, for obvious reasons. And it does not include a Declaration of Rights, though it appropriates language from the French Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen in its articles. It regulates the administration of the colony, appoints Toussaint Louverture as governor for life, and introduces a novel system of militarized agriculture aimed to assure that there be a labor force to work the fields. That labor force was, of course, the former slaves, and that's where much of the criticism has focused. Most importantly, it bans slavery. Toussaint's reasons for issuing a colonial constitution are fairly clear. Bonaparte's 1799 constitution in France no longer contained a declaration of rights and revised the rules governing citizenship in previous French constitutions. Citizenship was now granted automatically only to those born in metropolitan France. Most importantly, the 1799 constitution in France did not mention slavery and contains no provisions that could be read as a ban. So when you take these three features together, it seems fairly obvious that there's a massive legal loophole through which slavery could have been reintroduced. And I can't remember whether I mentioned this, but of course, slavery had been abolished 1793 by Sonthonax and then 94 by the French Assembly. So that was the danger. Toussaint's 1801 text thus tries to close that gap that had been opened up by Bonaparte and to strengthen administrative structures in the colony in a way that would make it easier to resist a metropolitan intervention. Of course, as you all know, the effect was quite the opposite. Napoleon sent his troops to the island, and 2 years of genocidal warfare ensued until Haiti declared independence in 1804. What follows, I'll try to show how the revolutionaries in Saint-Domingue reworked French universalist language in order to express the lived experience of enslavement. There are two thematic threads in particular that I'm going to follow. The first concerns the language employed to enshrine the ban on slavery, and the second thread centers around status designations and notions of belonging, that concern, broadly speaking, the issue of how the rights-bearing subject was politically defined. So first one, ban on slavery, second one having to do with who is a resident and how do we define it, and who is the subject of these rights that we are declaring. What I'm going to do is now move on. I will have to work a little bit with the French text, but I have everything in translation here, so it shouldn't be too hard for you to follow if French is not one of your languages. It's really a question of a couple of words that I do need in French, so you have it all. This is all the text I'm going to use. On February 4, 1794, slavery was abolished in France, and I quote, "The National Convention declares the slavery of blacks," and the term used in France here is nègre, which even at the time was very pejorative. They could have said noir, which is the language that they used in Saint-Domingue, right? But they said nègre. The slavery declares the slavery of blacks abolished in all the colonies. It declares that henceforth all men without distinction of color residing in the colonies are French citizens and enjoy all rights guaranteed by the Constitution. So that's the famous 94 declaration. It's not on here. When the Directory enshrined the ban in the 1795 Constitution, the language had changed, and that is here. Article 15 says, where have it? Here. This one. All men can engage their time in services, but they cannot sell themselves, nor can they be sold. Their person is not an alienable property. So, very strange, big change in language between 94 and 95. In a speech of August 4, 1795, the deputy Boissy d'Anglas specifically addressed the Assembly on how to interpret this Article 15 and made it clear that it was intended to address the issue of slavery in these colonies and that France indeed had abolished slavery once and for all. If you read the speech by Boissy d'Anglas, there's really no doubt that that is what they meant and that's what they wanted to do. But it's worth noting that the issue had come up. It had to be clarified, which is not exactly a surprise if you look at the text, because the text does not mention slavery. So the reference is not exactly obvious, right? The National Convention's ban of slavery of February 94 had specified that it was black slavery that was at stake and had linked slavery to the issue of equality and bestowed citizenship rights on all colonial subjects. The constitutional ban adopted by the Directory in 95, by contrast, is built on a counterfactual situation. Cannot be sold or sell herself seems like an equal opportunity fantasy that had little to do with the practice of real existing Atlantic slavery. The issue never was that people required the right to sell themselves. I mean, that was just not what this was about. The ban is phrased not as a protection of individual freedom, but as a restriction on freedom of contract. Enslavement is referred to as a right you do not have, rather than a practice you are protected against. It gives a quasi-definition of slavery in the language of private contract and property law. And as such, it harks back to accounts of slavery in natural law theory, where freedom of contract was typically understood to include a right to sell oneself into slavery. And, for example, the Portuguese pro-slavery theorist Molina has very compelling statements along those lines. We have to tolerate slavery because everybody has to have the right to sell herself or himself. Right? So this was, there was a long tradition for that kind of argument. Of course, I think it was always in bad faith, but this was a legal tradition. And this in turn, so everybody has supposedly the right to sell oneself into slavery, and this in turn was used as an argument to show that slavery was compatible with natural law, or that banning slavery would be a jarring infraction of the rights given to the individual by natural law. These conflicting philosophical genealogies, one referring back to the revolutionary struggle against slavery in the 1790s, that was the ban by the National Convention in 94, the other one, referring back to natural law theory, are in themselves remarkable. They acquire additional significance, however, in light of the fact that the French Constitution of 1793, passed by a national convention dominated by the Jacobin faction, had made use of the same contractualist framework as the 95 Constitution, but for a different purpose. And that what I'm citing now is not on here. The 1793 Declaration of Rights of Man and Citizen includes as Article 18, I'm just going to read this in English for you, all men can engage their time, but they cannot sell themselves, nor can they be sold. The law does not recognize the category of domestic servant. There can only be an engagement of care and recognition between him who works and his employer. Now, this is really remarkable, I think. So you have that same contractual language used to refer to the category of domesticity. Before the Jacobin Constitution, domestic servants, domestic employees did not have citizenship rights, right? So with the Jacobin Constitution, the category of domesticité, domestic servant, is abolished and everybody enjoys equal citizenship rights. So that is then the language that is transferred over in order to ban slavery in 95 by the Directory. You can see the genealogy that I'm trying to sort of construct here, right? While reversing many of the more radical policies of the Jacobin legislature, the Directory did not appear to have any intention to reintroduce slavery. But one suspects that the ideological underpinnings have shifted somewhat, when slavery is no longer described as an issue in individual liberty protection and citizenship rights in the slaveholding Atlantic, but rather as an issue in property rights and freedom of contract in a geopolitically undifferentiated space dominated de facto by metropolitan interest. The connection to the insurgency in Saint-Domingue is severed. You can no longer see it. Right? This is a metropolis arguing over contract law, not slaves demanding freedom anymore. You can't see it anymore. It's gone. Whether or not this is a deliberate recasting of revolutionary language in the language of traditional natural law theory, it does seem that the ban on slavery is no longer grounded in the revolutionary principles of universal liberty and equality. Slavery is now dealt with in the same contractual language that had been reserved for the abolition of the category of domesticité. One of the great achievements of the revolution is rephrased in a way that obscures its political character. Rephrased in France, that is, not in the colony. We'll see that. In light of the unstable and shifting character of abolitionist language in France, the choice of words in the 1801 Constitution acquires additional significance. The provision that abolishes slavery in Toussaint Louverture's 1801 Constitution reads as follows, and you do have that here at the bottom. I hope that you can all see it. There cannot be any slaves in this territory. Servitude is here forever abolished. Here, all men are born, live, and die free and French. The Saint-Domingue text thus starts out with a reference to slaves and proceeds to rewrite the famous first sentence of Article 1 of the 1789 Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, which, of course, is men are born and remain free and equal in rights. The ban of slavery is thus given the same status as the most ringing of all Universalist declarations through a kind of rhetorical reversal. Rather than stating the general principle first, men are born free, and then giving an application, there cannot be any slaves, it is the other way around here, as if to say that universal humanity is now derived from former slaves. In this respect, it is noteworthy, too, that the 1801 text chooses the assertion of a principle rather than of a legal act. There cannot be any slaves, rather than say slavery is abolished. Reading the text carefully, we can hear a contestation of almost emblematic significance. Contestation directed at a Declaration of Liberty Rights in 1789 that had not banned slavery. This is the text quoted with modifications. But more importantly, perhaps, against a ban on slavery that disconnects it from institutional, state-sponsored, real existing slavery, as well as from the revolutionary struggle that led to its abolition. It is this kind of fissure in the genealogy of universal rights thought that is obscured when we either exclude the Haitian Revolution from the history of the Atlantic revolutions, or, on the contrary, simply subsume it as if the universalist language on both sides of the Atlantic was the same. This is confirmed by some very fundamental as well as strategic changes in the 1801 text. So let's look at the first three articles in their entirety. Right, they're very famous, you know them all, right? Men are born free and men equal in rights. Social distinctions can only be founded on common utility. Article 2, the goal of political association is the conservation of natural and inalienable human rights. These rights are liberty, property, safety, and the resistance to oppression. And 3, the principle of all sovereignty resides essentially in the nation. Nobody, no individual can exercise any authority unless it emanates from there, the nation. Compare this now to the colonial text of 1801. Under the heading de ses habitants, of its inhabitants, the 1801 text cites Article 1 of the 1889 Declaration, but it cites it imperfectly. Now I do have to look into the French. Tous les hommes naissent et demeurent libres et égaux en droit becomes, so all men are born and remain free and equal, becomes tous les hommes y naissent, vivent et meurent libres et français. Why these changes? There is probably not a more famous phrase in the history of Saint-Domingue's struggle against slavery. Sontonax's August 29 proclamation of 1793, which declared slavery abolished in the North, started with, men are born and remain free and equal in rights. Voilà, citoyens, l'évangile de la France. This is the gospel of France. Sontonax had both his August 29 proclamation and the 1789 declaration translated into Creole and ordered it posted in both languages all over the North. It was the Republican brand. So why not use this slogan? And even if the insurgents thought that after Bonaparte's coup, such an appeal to revolutionary language was no longer prudent, why rewrite it in this particular way? Clearly, the 1801 liberty provision is constructed in a way that links it inseparably to Frenchness. So this is something that many commentators have focused on, free and French. And we could read it as an act of colonial submission, right? Because the original text says free and equal, and this one says free and French. May have been some strategic considerations behind it, because once citizenship is no longer granted to the colonial subjects, to claim equality may have seemed provocative. But we could also think about it as a kind of metaphorical substitution that went more directly to the concerns at hand, as if to say what equal really means for us in the colonies is being French. Frenchness clearly loses some important meaning when dealing from citizenship, yet it regains some of that meaning when read as the equivalent of equality, as a sort of a metaphorical list, right? The apparent act of submission to French sovereignty could thus be read as an attempt to rule out that the special laws for the colonies would create a legal framework for statutes that would be at odds with the rights and protections that come simply with being French. Note, too, that Frenchness is granted not just to people born in the colony, but to those who live and die there. And it doesn't seem far-fetched to me to think that this is an attempt to secure the universality of liberty rights in a colony where more than half of the population was actually born in Africa. So this idea, the French texts all link liberty provisions to birthrights. That in a colony where half the people are not born in the territory would be hugely problematic, right? So you have to go into find some other way of articulating the application of this in order to make sure that people who are not born here are also free. See what I'm saying to say? These changes taken together shed some light on the mysterious change from, and again I have to go to French here, qui naissent et demeurent, who are born and remain, to qui naissent, vivent et meurent. So the big question is why introduce death here? You know, in France they remain free, and there's all there is to it. So why do we have to talk about death in this rewriting? There seems to be an intention of unpacking or shifting of meaning here, which culminates in cutting off the prefix de, demeure, meurt, but total meaning change. To remain becomes to die. While in the French text, naître and demeurer necessarily have the same subject, people are born and remain, same subject, the colonial text offers grounds for challenging this identity. It seems that the insurgents saw what many critics of universalist republicanism in France have noted and did the most logical thing. They severed the connection between natural human rights and birthrights. It is not through being born in a specific nation that we acquire liberty rights. Liberty rights are directly tied to the cycle of human life and are at every stage inalienable. I'm fairly certain that this was conceived as an implicit rejection of the many gradual emancipation proposals. And you're all familiar with that. Instead of having just abolition, you know, many slaveholding territories tried to various gradualist proposals, which were things like the law of the free womb, apprenticeships, emancipation at the end of life, you know, linking liberty to certain moments in life. And so in this 1801 text, what we see is ruling out every kind of gradualism, right? So whereas all these gradualist proposals limit liberty entitlements to specific stages of human life, the insurgents list, birth, life, and death, explicitly refuses any such limitation. This might explain, too, why there is the addition of vivre, to live. It rules out the possibility of contractual indenture, no matter for how short a time. In doing so, it retains the core of the French provisions of 93 and 1795, which, as we have seen, oscillated between abolishing restrictions on citizenship rights for domestic servants and abolishing restrictions on liberty rights for the enslaved. Yeah, I talked about that at the beginning. There are those who were born here, those who live here, and those who die here, all of them free and French. It is highly likely that a consideration of scope and a desire to express the lived reality of enslavement lie behind the modification of the structure of the article. But the modified clause also has a peculiar rhetorical force that should not be ignored. While the French turn of phrase, to live and remain, suggests a natural sense of belonging and permanence, the Saint-Domingue text introduces language that foregrounds the stages of human life, strikingly broken up into a list of verbs. there's nothing peculiar about a phrase like human life from birth to death, but breaking it up into born, to be born, to live, and to die is a bit strange. By making demeurer, to remain, and that brings into focus human continuity, say almost its opposite, namely to die, mourir, human finality. By cutting off this prefix, we are made to hear an echo of the collective experience of the enslaved: transportation, questionable belonging, omnipresent death. If human life imagined, it is human life imagined not through the lens of the 18th century sentimental novel that Lynn Hunt regards as crucial to the development of an idea of human rights, but through the lens of Atlantic slavery. In response to the violent fracturing of liberty entitlements under the slavery regime, there is here an accumulation of verbs as if trying to piece together human life from the fragments left behind by the reality of enslavement. So what at first sight looked at a mere paraphrase turns out to be a fairly radical rethinking of the notion of universal liberty rights. There is an existential and a historical concreteness in a text that appears to be linking liberty to human reality, birth, life, and death, not necessarily as a cycle, but broken up through the reality of transportation and death. As the key terms of the revolutionary rights language lose some of their abstractness, they are loaded up with concrete historical and geopolitical meanings that link it to the experience of slavery. So I'm going to end with a second, sort of my second piece of resistance, my second example of what I'm trying to show, and that concerns the notion of the inhabitant, the resident, the habitant in the French text. And again, I think we see something very interesting happening here. Let me see. It's striking that the constitutional ban on slavery is found under the heading de ses habitants, of its inhabitants, which refers us back to the first subject heading of its territory. While the framers of the 1795 Constitution in France included the ban in the Declaration of the Rights and Duties of the Individual Citizen, here the ban on slavery comes under the purview of the colony's political status and organization. The second important modification to the French text of 1809 is the pronominal reference to place. So this is, if you know French, you know this annoying I that you use in French to say here, right? So every person, every man is born here. He is born, live, and die free and French here. This focus on location might be read as a restriction on the more authentic universalism of the French declarations, until we note that that universalism is regained through the all men and the delinking of birthplace from rights. Everybody here, while the French declaration appears to be saying everybody everywhere, but only some people here. Again, there are probably obvious strategic considerations that we could mention to explain this. But these changes also open up interesting theoretical questions regarding the implementation and operation of universal liberty rights claims. For many critics of human rights politics, one of the key problems stems from the rise of the nation-state in Europe. These critics consider the idea of human rights problematic precisely because of its link to that formation. I'm thinking here of people like Agamben or Badiou or sort of recent philosophers, theorists. Whether for reasons, and they go back, most of them go back to Hannah Arendt in some way or other. Whether for reasons of strategy, necessity, or political insight, the 1801 text breaks down the opposition between the nation-state and the subject, devoid of all ties of belonging, and grounds its guarantees of liberty in the territory and its inhabitants. As such, it captures the economic and legal reality of the slaveholding Atlantic, which never lined up neatly with national or imperial borders. But that's only where the differences begin. In the 1795 constitutional ban of slavery in France, and again, you have the text there, a new figure appears, personne, the person. that, the subject, that which cannot be sold. Apparently different from homme, man, as a term that could have been used but was not. In the colony, neither homme, man, nor person is used, but habitant, the resident, he or she who lives here. Now, person, the choice in France is odd, because when you look at the text, the remainder of the constitutional text, it turns out that it's usually used when a subject enters into conflict, excuse me, when a subject enters into conflict with the state, or when citizenship rights are actually revoked. So that's when the term personne is used, not when you say everybody is free. So personne is when you actually have nothing left except being a live human being, you know. It is somewhat surprising that it also appears in the anti-slavery provision. In Saint-Domingue, by contrast, we find two subject categories here. Homme, man, as in the ringing phrase, tous les hommes naissent, vivent et meurent libres, and habitant, resident, the concept from where homme appears to derive its entitlements. So, having noticed that, I thought, well, I better look into the question of habitant. You know, what is this term? And habitant is actually has an interesting history. Usually it's translated in this context as a resident or inhabitant. But in colonial France, it was used to mean plantation owner, and by extension, slave owner. Documentation for language use in Saint-Domingue in that period is really hard to find, but at least I found one example that speaks to the case. There was an anthology, a Creole poetry anthology published in 1804, and the anonymous author is described as a planter in Saint-Domingue, and the word used is colon, planter. The same anthology is republished in 1811, and the anonymous author is identified as habitant. I don't have enough information to interpret this change, but I think what it shows is that a change is happening. That means that subject categories are under pressure in the revolutionary period and start sort of moving. Someone who was a colon now is an habitant, but probably this habitant was living in New Orleans, so God knows what was going on. The only point I want to make is changes are probably happening. In light of this, I then started to look at contemporary Haitian Creole. And again, this is very interesting. Habitation is still used in Haiti nowadays, spelled with an H, and it refers to memory sites of plantations or hotels or things like that. And as I say, the French spelling is retained. Habitant has moved into Creole, into popular speech, has lost its H, so it's now spelled A, B, etc. And it doesn't mean slave owner or plantation owner, it means paysan, the peasant farmer. And to make matters even more interesting, in contemporary voodoo ritual, habitant, and now I'm going to treat you to my last slide. In contemporary voodoo ritual, habitant is one of the epithets of a Loa called Azaka, also known as cousin or Papa Zaka, with sort of a good-humored, somewhat awkward, famished relative from the countryside, like a country bumpkin, right? Who represents the connection of humans to the land and family. Azaka is a minor Gede figure, so Azaka belongs to the same family of spirits as Baron Samedi, who you've probably all heard of, you know, the master of the cemetery. But cousin is not scary. Cousin represents familial ancestors and the rural roots of Haitian tradition. In fact, the peasants who led the so-called Piquet uprising against President Boyer in 1844 to demand greater democratic participation and peasant rights adopted as their garb the straw hat of Azaka. See, the guy, he's a serviteur, someone who serves Azaka, right? Is a Boulisan. And so he's wearing the characteristic straw hat. But that hat was in the 19th century adopted by an uprising. So while the zombie is the figure of enslavement after death, Azaka as a Gede is the figure of the cycles of life and regeneration beyond life of the individual. Another way of thinking death. Death under slavery, death as regeneration through the land and rebirth. The trajectory of the term habitant thus gives us some indication where the connections between liberty, enslavement, and freedom in death or after death, all under the heading of territoire and habitant, the land, the resident, might come from, and what lies behind the inclusion of death in the liberty provision in Article 3 of the Constitution of 1801. Now, obviously, I'm going to close now. Obviously, these kind of arguments will not provide ultimate proof of connections. This is language used 200 years ago. We can't sort of really do a foolproof documentation here. But I do think that it's legitimate to look at terms and look at how they change meaning over time, and certain terms reveal their meaning in time, through time, over time. And in fact, I think constitutional interpretation in the United States operates much the same way when you really think about it. Look at the text, of 200 years ago and say, oh, but that's what they really meant, right? So what we see in the transformations of habitant is a remarkable trajectory that originates in the colonial plantation system, starts to sway as it enters into contact with metropolitan concepts like man and citizen, and eventually acquires popular meanings that embrace a locally and existentially rooted conception of liberty. Universal liberty did not have this meaning in France. Nevertheless, it is a meaning of universal liberty. So let me conclude. I want to come back to something I mentioned at the beginning. This constitution has had a very bad press, and I don't know whether we have Haitian friends here. I'm sure they will insist on that when I finish. Commentators from the 19th century to the present have variously denounced it for being authoritarian, elitist in its outlook, and ill-conceived on strategic grounds. And these objections are all well-founded. But they shouldn't prevent us from recognizing the remarkable intellectual effort behind the reworking of Republican legal frameworks. To be sure, the Constitution sent the former slaves straight back to the plantation and imposed draconian penalties for those who refused. But we can also see in the text a remarkable effort to inscribe and memorialize the lived realities of enslavement. It appropriates the universalist language of the French Republic, but refuses to accept the subsumption of slavery. In France, the shift from revolution to a new legal regime entailed a severing of the link between revolutionary action and abolition of slavery, and makes the real experience of enslavement disappear. Whereas in the metropolis, slavery continued to be used as a root metaphor for political subjection under the absolutist regime, the ban of real existing slavery came to be expressed in obscure contractualist language, devoid of any memory of those who endured enslavement and fought against it. Thank you.
First, I'd like to again thank both of our panelists. I'm going to take about 5 minutes and do a little bit of translation work in the sense that I intentionally brought together sort of panelists who would be disparate in method and location, right? And so the question is, what, aside from this idea of the Black Atlantic, how do these two things work together, right? And I think what we can see there parallels and connections around questions of publicity, questions of activism, revision, and specific locations, right? And so the first panelist, Bryan, was talking about these celebrations embodied in festivals and enacted through things like hymns, right? And these are accounts of publicity, right? Anthropologists talk about these some anthropologists talk about these in terms of festivals as being stories that people tell about themselves. And the same can be said for hymns, right? These are stories that people tell about themselves, but in the telling, they actually constitute a body, right? Not individual bodies necessarily, but a body of people. And so we can move from these kinds of embodied corporeal publicity to the kind of publicity that Professor Fischer was talking about through a constitution, right? And what does a constitution do except to make a body, right? And so that's one connection. Another connection is in revision, right? And activism and revision. The African Americans in Nova Scotia and in Rhode Island, by engaging in a celebration of West Indian freedom in North America, are actually revising the narrative of the American Revolution, right? And instead of embracing this kind of possessive individualism, as you point out, they're talking about connections to those who are still enslaved and those who are recently freed, right? And so instead of an individual kind of freedom, we're talking about a collective freedom and collective struggle, and again, the constitution of a particular kind of consciousness, right? And so these are located both in practices, right, and in texts. And so we bring practices and texts together. And the same can be said for Professor Fischer's work, right? We see Haitians revising the French Constitution. And instead of talking about something that is universal and individualistic, rooted in the nation, they're talking about a particular place, right? So we're talking about specific located freedoms. And I couldn't help but just stick to and be struck by here, this territory, not everywhere, because we don't have power everywhere, right? We have power in a particular place. And so I think those connections are interesting, and these acts of publicity, we're actually repeating them, right? By drawing these things together and showing how what they're doing there are still relevant to us today in one way or another. We too were engaging in politics. We too, by listening, by hearing, by engaging in conversation, are engaged in a kind of publicity. And in doing so, at least for the moment, we are engaging in a kind of constitution. We are making each other, at least for this time. Right? As we leave, if we continue in these kinds of conversations, then we're still engaging in constitution making. And I hope that's something that we do, and we bring what happened earlier this morning and what happened last night and what will happen this evening and what will happen tomorrow. It helps us to establish a continued constitution of bodies through dialogue, through conversation, that tends to, that I hope can begin to disrupt or at least blur the boundaries between academic conversations embodied in books and embodied in print and the kind of conversations that we're having here that are actually embodied in flesh, right? So without further ado, I open the floor to questions. If you could please go to the microphone, I would appreciate it, as would the rest of us.
Line up, ladies and gentlemen, behind me. I'm your leader now. If you misbehave, I throw you out. Thank you very much. These are small questions, and I thank our two speakers for their brilliance. Let me start with my new friend, Sibylle. I just want you to do two things for me. And you want me to speak in French or English is all right? Oh, English.
Or German.
Okay.
Or Spanish.
Just two things. Is it possible, in brief, to supply the intellectual origins for that constitution? Intellectual origin for, yes. Because I think without doing that, the connecting dots are very difficult to make. In other words, where did they, what books were they reading, and how, what the framers of it, what political thought and philosophy was shaping them at that particular point in time. And second, we can write another essay about you in relation to that paper. So post 1787 thinking on Constitution, presentism. Presentism? You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. How does presentism frames your own understanding of that Constitution and how you are deconstructing it? Because it's crucial for us to know, because these are eras separated over time. So, and I see how you are interjecting our contemporary notions as you go along. So I just, thank you. Bryan, thank you very much. Your paper connects to what we are doing tomorrow, the last panel on memory and things like that. Maybe I'm posing these questions too early. So, in which we link that past to what we call elegantly creating black consciousness. I like that phrase a lot. So there are, just because we have some students, I just want to make the point that how to do this has divided the black community over time. How you relate that past to notions of celebration. That how question has been very problematic. If you look at, say, Molefi Ashanti, Afrocentricity, Kwanzaa, that's part of what they're trying to deal with. The tension between remembering that past and its valorization, and the various tension between the politics of that memory, and as we have now in some parts of the world, cashing from it, turning it into a commodity, which is problematic by itself. And then you have those who come from the psychology of it, posing the question, instead of dancing, why are you not angry? Yeah, and the very fact that they are composing those hymns along the line you're suggesting, some people also see it as problematic. In other words, they say, okay, why don't you throw Fanon into it? And we should be holding machete instead of hymnal books. But the more problematic to me is that on the African side, there is a conspiracy of silence. And that's more problematic. In other words, rather than saying, let's talk about it, they're saying, let's suppress it. And these are some issues that your brilliant paper has raised. I like your phrase. I think, thank you so much, because I learned something from your contribution. We have power in particular places. That's brilliant. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so I have two questions, one concerning the intellectual origins of this constitution, and the other one, the eternal issue of presentism. So let me say a couple of things about the intellectual origins. I left out the entire sort of contextualization for the framing. There were, I think, 6 or 7 people who wrote the Constitution. 3 of them, possibly only 2, were mulattoes. One of them was Julien Raymond. Raymond is probably the person we know most about, because he actually was an activist in revolutionary Paris, starting in 1788, I believe. So he was there before Bastille, and what Raymond. And I'm just starting focusing on Raymond because we don't know very much about the other framers. Raymond argued in Paris for the rights of the free people of color. Had originally not embraced an abolitionist agenda. He was well educated. He was a well-read man. He was just like your French educated, person that he had read Renal, he had read Montesquieu, he had read the sort of the Enlightenment canon, had legal training, so we can pretty much assume that he shared the intellectual background with, you know, the next French person. Toussaint, who wasn't on the commission but met several times with the commission and is generally assumed to have had a strong hand in the framing of the Constitution, was self-trained, as we know. I mean, he was able to read French. I think it's pretty clear that he had read Renal, but you know, his intellectual background is not. We don't know too much. I mean, we assume that he got a lot from his advisors, and you know, sort of. So basically, we're talking about a fairly strong French intellectual background. There's always the question of African influences, which is understudied. I mean, you know, I don't have any special insights in that. I mean, we assume half the people in Saint-Domingue were born in Africa, so there has to have been an African influence. There's no question about it. The question is how we document it, how we access this, and I felt kind of fortunate to have found this connection with Habitant, where we can actually possibly see a connection through ritual that it may not get us to Africa, but it would at least sort of possibly shows a connection with popular ritual, which obviously is syncretic and has strong African connections. And that's why, you know, I put up the voodoo Azaka symbol, which, you know, would sort of illustrate that at least. So intellectual origins, I mean, I think they're clearly French, presumably. Hopefully we can show more, but, you know, what I try to show there is a connection through popular beliefs and ritual, possibly a connection to African ritual. The easiest intertextual relationship, as we say in literature, is the French constitutional history. And I think these texts, I mean, the French legal texts were circulated constantly in Saint-Domingue. I mean, they were very present, they were known. This was, you know, the Declaration of Rights and Men and Citizens circulated, was translated into Creole. Sonthonax issued, you know, proclamations all the time. So we have a very heady kind of revolutionary culture of circulation, some of that oral, some of that written. I mean, I think it's artificial to even draw that distinction. I think there's a lot happening at that moment. And I just assume that this is in the background. And I'm reluctant to simply look at the list of names and say, well, most of them are elite white men, so they must be limited to that. I mean, I think we are dealing with a very fluid situation, and we can assume that, you know, a lot of information and experience is shared. And, I mean, just to end on that, the assumption has also often been that we really don't hear the voice of the slaves or the former slaves in this text. And in some sense, that's clearly true. I mean, the formal nature, the legal language is not the language of people who were, you know, not able to read and write and had been enslaved. However, I think that the political situation was so dire, and Ruiz, what's his name? The journalist, historian, Haitian, has made this argument, blanking out the first name. Anyway, so Toussaint Louverture really needed to garner the support of the former slaves. He could not have established his regime without the support of former slaves. So there are reasons to think that even though there was no former slave on the Constitutional Commission, there was a reason for them to somehow bring in the experience. Otherwise, it would not have worked. And, you know, whether or not it worked is a different question. So that's what and I think that it seems to me, at least my reading suggests that they made some effort to actually really think about what does it mean to liberate slaves, and, you know, and to bring that experience, make it present in the text. The presentism, well, you know, I'm not opposed to presentism. And I think that's why I wanted to say, so if I have sort of two, my work sort of has these two angles. One is try to understand better the process of writing this constitution. That's a historical project. And that's what I spend most time on. But it has a theoretical angle, and I like to think of some of my work as genealogical, which is sort of trying to understand present practices through tracing them back to some point of origin, and that animates my thought. And I'm very engaged with contemporary thinking about human rights and the origins of such notions, problems of human rights practices, and my feeling is that current thinking has neglected to actually look at the history of abolition, in particular the struggle against slavery by slaves themselves. And that needs to be brought on board if you really want to have a full concept of what a human rights practice might be, before we start saying, well, it's all non-political and it's all, it's terrible or whatever. So I just leave it at that.
I don't know if it's on or not. Okay. If I understand your questions correctly, first of all, I want to make it clear that I'm trying to pinpoint a particular moment of the 1840s and the 1850s of understanding sort of a Black Atlantic consciousness that's sort of connected to British West Indian emancipation. But I say that mostly because I think, in part, what's threading all the questions that you're asking, both in terms of a relatable past, the commodification of a past, and the silencing of the past, and that actually connects our conversations, and I actually turn this back on the audience, is why British West Indian emancipation becomes this touch point of a historical consciousness and not Haiti, right? And in terms of what the research that I was able to turn up is that there's actually a self-conscious effort not to connect to Haiti, but to British West Indian emancipation, precisely because it's seen as a positive transition from slavery to freedom. And in the United States, they want to use that as a connection in which to sort of advocate for how emancipation will sort of follow out in the United States. But I think it is an excellent question why Haiti actually becomes silenced in this entire conversation in terms of a touchstone of a Black Atlantic historical consciousness. It is also a narrative of Black freedom and Black emancipation, as we've heard. But it does not become, in sort of the Anglo-American Atlantic world, a touchstone for a Black Atlantic historical consciousness. And in terms of why I chose to look at hymns, is that I think we tend to forget the role, I think, religion plays, particularly in the 19th century, for people trying to sort of connect in terms of belonging and community at a time when industrialization and democratization is creating what de Tocqueville identified as anomie and social atomization. And hymns bring people together in terms of a sacred purpose. And this is at a time when people saw the end of slavery and Black freedom in terms of not only a Hegelian moment of a movement towards human progress and emancipation, but also, let's not eliminate, the battle hymn of the Republic. That's, mine eyes have seen the coming of the glory of the Lord. I think people saw this as a really apocalyptic moment in American history. And I think we tend to overlook the religious significance people would associate with the sacredness of their movement.
Okay, I have a question for each of you. I guess the first one for Fischer. It's more specific. I'm thinking of a different part of the French Atlantic world, but both before, during the period you're talking about. And the question is about the word habitant. Because in Senegal in West Africa, where they never use the word colon because the French presence is so minuscule, and there are no, so they don't even use that word. But so the word habitant is applied to Africans, but it actually always has the meaning of free, and they could be free property owning, including slave owning habitants, but they can also just be free, and the opposition, of course, is to slaves in the same urban society. So I'm wondering if that meaning possibly isn't present as well. In other words, that here there's an appropriation of a word with a positive, that means free, and that actually there is a notion you're kind of grounded in property to some extent in the way it's used. And so I'm just wondering if that might be useful in reading the word habitant in Haiti. And for Bryan, I guess I have a question about those absent from the celebrations. In other words, you're talking about free blacks in New England and Nova Scotia celebrating abolition, using the memory of the West Indian, a more recent, fairly recent emancipation, but as you described it, in very dark days for the U.S., more generally, for Southern slaves. And so I'm wondering if in these ceremonies, how are those absent, enslaved people a part of the festivities?
Well, thank you. I wasn't aware of the use of habitant in Senegal, but I took a note and I'll follow up on it. That's very much in keeping of what I sort of sensed when I looked at ways that the term was employed. I mean, if you have a reference, maybe you can share it with me afterwards.
I can send you one.
That'd be great. Thank you.
To answer your question, I always think it was to the American South that all this was directed to. I think it was in ways very coded, and I think, and why I started with Frederick Douglass's speech, was precisely because he's turning this particular celebration of British emancipation as a way to turn it upon the Americans to say, okay, that Negro Jubilee was there, but the American Jubilee will someday come, and do not lose faith. Because I think, again, these are, as you pointed out, these are like the darkest days. The 1850s are like the darkest days in terms for those who are in favor of ending slavery in the United States. In some ways, this is about keeping hope alive. And in his speech, as I said, to quote it again, notwithstanding the gloomy aspect of the times, I am not without hope that you will live to preside over a grander celebration than this, a celebration of the American Jubilee, in which 4 million of our countrymen shall rejoice in freedom. That Jubilee will come. I mean, of course, now we know in hindsight that there's going to be a civil war within 3 or 4 years. But at this time, they don't know that. But there's a sense of faith and hope, and I think that's one of the reasons they, annually participate in these August 1st celebrations or festivals. And again, notice how what has receded are 4th of July festivals. What has receded are the end of the slave trade. Really, there's no really end. I mean, gradual emancipation has ended slavery in the North, but there's no single day in which Northern blacks can celebrate the end of slavery, right? This becomes a touchstone for them to do that. And I think, in part, it's coded, that's directed especially to keep sort of hope alive for abolitionists to consider what they need to do in ending slavery in the United States.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, that's the case from the beginning of Abolition Day celebrations from 1808 until the time that Bryan's talking about, that these folks were celebrating their freedom, but also lamenting the fact that freedom was not extended to those in the South. And also on the notion on the 4th of July and Haiti, I know in early 19th century Philadelphia, during 4th of July celebrations, that mock sword-carrying Africans or descendants of Africans threatened to show Philadelphians Saint-Domingue if they were not respected. And so that's perhaps likely why it disappears.
And that's exactly right. I mean, the race riots that I raised that happened in Providence, especially the 1831 race riot, Haiti is exactly raised as to what's going to happen if sort of race relations continue down the road that they're going. And so Haiti is always considered as a touchstone of a race war in the United States. And I think it's purposely deflected for that reasons. But I think you're right. I mean, because in the 1850s, there's actually a rise of black militancy. We have rise of black paramilitary organizations getting ready for, again, the possibility of a war.
In regard both to the Constitution and also the role of religious movements using hymns in insurgencies or liberation struggles. In the Belgian Congo, they're developed through a prophet, Simon Kibangu, who was born early in the century and made his prophecies mainly in the 20s. He founded a church called Kibanguism, in short, which is now quite an important Protestant faith in Congo and in both Congos and elsewhere, which was considered a liberation movement by the Belgians and rigorously suppressed. And he spent 30 years in prison and died in prison. Nonetheless, his sect, it's not a sect, his faith, a Protestant church, spread very rapidly and widely, partly because the Belgians dispersed, exiled practitioners during his incarceration, and the celebrations that celebrants carried out were mainly hymns. The texts which they relied on were the New Testament primarily, which they took as as containing declaration of universal rights of humans. And of course, in Catholic Congo, people didn't read the Bible. It wasn't customary for Catholics to read the Bible, just to have excerpts during services by priests. In any case, it's really quite parallel. You'll be most interested, I think, to look at those hymns, because many times they have liberation terminology in them. They're quite beautiful and interesting, and Martin has published some of them in her dissertation, and then a popular book, I think, it wasn't Oxford University Press. I can give you the citation. It's very, very interesting. And then I wanted to mention a declaration which is often called the Présence Conscience Africaine Manifesto. I think it was 1958 or 1959. And it had mostly been presented as a Congolese declaration by évolués or intellectuals. But it's so interesting and complex. Like the Constitution you talk about, we now know that it was actually mostly written by colons. And it's actually written by several different people. You can see in the text that it's not the same person. But what's very interesting is that the complication of whose liberation or freedom goals is it representing? It very much asked for independence from Belgium. However, at the very same time, Patrice Lumumba, in his early statements, was basically asking for equality between African évolués and the colons to be Belgian citizens. So here we had a group of settlers who were under cover of Congolese names asking for independence. But we had the leader of the main nationalist movement in Congo, subsequently asking for membership basically in the colonial country. And it's very complicated, the different goals and aspirations. The colons did not want to be separated from citizenship in Congo, and that was the way it was going, that only Congolese would be citizens. The colons wanted to be citizens with Congolese. They cut themselves off from that solution by basically grossing everyone out so very much in the years right before independence, because they became very extremist. And by the time of independence, nobody wanted to have them be citizens in the country. But it's very interesting to compare the wording of the two documents, the one that you present and then the one. This was the first declaration of independence, really, in Congo that I'm aware of. Thank you.
Well, thanks. This is I'll follow up on that. It sounds very strikingly similar to the situation in Saint-Domingue, where the settlers indeed were in some ways more interested in independence at an earlier stage of the struggle, more interested in independence than certainly the free people of color, but possibly even slaves, because they wanted to continue with slavery, and felt that revolutionary France could take that right away from them. So that Toussaint's decision not to declare independence was sort of probably rooted in that constellation. So it sounds very similar. Yeah, thank you.
And to build on what you're talking about, I think it's very important, I think, and what I'm trying to get across is that I think it's very easy for us in our secular age to identify the more political and ideological components of emancipation movements, even if we connect it to, you know, Hegel and others about sort of this spirit of, you know, emancipation moving through human history. But I think we forget how it's grounded in spirituality at this particular moment in time for so many folks. And what you're saying is important, because what I was thinking as I was putting this together is that Isaac Watts' hymnal is a very common text in many churches in North America or in Anglo-America at this particular time. And to see people composing a hymnal around slavery and emancipation, I found extremely powerful. And again, to find this as a spiritual and sacred experience, and to see themselves connected to this in this sort of divine way, I thought, to me, raised what they were doing to a particular level that I think we don't often appreciate. You know, that people, you know, sort of connected to why they felt this was so important to them.
Well, thank you very much for two more fine papers. Goodness. And Bryan, I hadn't realized that there was another Coloradan interested in these things, so you and I should plainly talk. About the distinction between the derogatory nègre and noir. The French Society for the Abolition of Slavery was called the Amis des Noirs, and it was allied with and exchanged documents with the Philadelphia Abolition Society in the United States in the period between the original Declaration of Rights and the abolition of slavery in 1794 by the Jacobins. And actually, there's a statement praising Benjamin Franklin's 4 projects for freeing the slaves, which is a Quaker thing, which is actually quite patriarchal. Like, they're going to take kids from black families and apprentice them to whites, which I will just say, I comment on a bit derogatorily, but there was a movement there. And I don't know if you've thought about that particular thing, but I'd like to hear some more about it if you have. On your point about Toussaint and the celebrations you mentioned, I think it connects back to the silence in America about blacks in the Revolution. I wrote an essay on my blog on this ridiculous, it's not quite, but I mean, one of my students found it really grotesque, museum to the American Revolution, and there was Gordon Wood talking about all the wonders of Washington's tent, and there wasn't a breath of the role of black people in the whole thing. And Gordon, unfortunately, thinks that if you think about black people, it's an anachronism, which I'm afraid is a sad commentary on his work. But Haiti is like the center. So if I want to put it really sharply, look, I didn't quite say this earlier. The element of freedom in the American Revolution was only to be realized consistently as the freedom of slaves. And that was the great objection by Quakers and the British to the American formulations, which, if you read the things they said, you know, like, how come we hear the greatest yelps for liberty from the drivers of slaves, Samuel Johnson? You know, I read that and I said, wow, you know, hey, the British had a point. And Haiti was the thing most feared. Jefferson praised the watering of the tree of liberty in the Shays Rebellion. But about Haiti, he was rightly scared stiff being a slave owner. Now, I think that the Haitian Revolution is most significant for the following. The slaves made independence. There was exactly no separation between the Revolution for Independence and abolition. Now, in Venezuela, Bolivar came to Republican Haiti, and when he was losing to Spain, and got support from Republican Haiti, and proclaimed gradual emancipation. So in the places where there were independence revolutions by black and brown people everywhere else in the hemisphere, there is no future civil war 80 and some years later. And so I think that the reason that Haiti is buried in the United States, which is really remarkable, and maybe I could add one last thing. You know, Juneteenth is a great celebration in the United States, and occasionally pokes around, even shows up in Milwaukee, and we have a bit of it in Denver. And the black mayor, Wellington Webb, he calls out the fire brigades to disperse people at the end by shooting hoses over them. And when they do that in Cherry Creek at the Arts Festival, we'll know that whites and blacks have, and people who celebrate Juneteenth, have the same, you know, rights in the United States as otherwise. But I think that this issue of Haiti, I mean, I don't think you can talk about revolution in the United States, you don't talk about Haiti. And maybe I could just have the last sense that when I talk about George Washington, if I were to say what was really good about him, I would say, you know, he was almost a white Toussaintian. So.
Well, and just to revisit I mean, just for a moment, the question of Haiti, Toussaint, is that it's a book that needs to be written in terms of the uses of the imagery of Haiti and Toussaint in the late 18th and early 19th century U.S. In my own research, I've seen Federalists chastising Democrat Republicans because they recognize Toussaint as a Republican and a good and virtuous Republican, and so they're turning the language of Republicanism against the Jeffersonians through Toussaint, right? And so this stuff is pretty pervasive. But anyway, please.
Then I have two questions, one for Sibylle and another one for Bryan. For Sibylle, I am asking myself if in the primary sources that you look at, I don't know, in French archives, in France or in the French Caribbean, if you found, because you mentioned more this change from colon to habitant, but I am asking myself first if there is any connotation of race when you are talking about who is this colon, if it is a white settler or not. And the habitant, when you show this kind of image, it's clear that here we are talking about then a person of color, no matter what the status is, if the man is freed or a former slave or a freeborn, then I am asking myself this issue of race, and if you were able to compare then the use and the change from colon to habitant in the primary sources in the French archives for the same period, because I believe that the answer probably is in the use of these words by the period who were living by that time. Even though most were not literate, we can imagine that some of them were. The other question for Bryan, I am asking myself that you are focusing on this issue of these commemorations in the Black Atlantic by focusing on the British Caribbean, but I don't know if you look at other influences as well, because by this period, for example, in the French Caribbean, we talk a lot about Haiti, but we still have French colonies in the Caribbean where slavery is alive until 1848. We have also the Reunion, then in the Indian Ocean, that it was the same issue. Then I am asking myself whether or not you are looking at these other places in the Caribbean and even in the south of the Caribbean, then in Latin America in general, because we claim this Black Atlantic all the time, but most part of the time here you are focusing only on the North Atlantic and this Anglo-centric Atlantic, and I think that is important that we mention that, because many people, they perhaps are not even aware that in the period you are celebrating abolition of slavery in the United States or even in the French Caribbean, most places are still, then the largest slave societies are still alive during this time. And I believe that if you don't do this work by developing this comparative work, you are not progressing a lot doing that. Then I am asking if you are planning to do that.
If I can answer that quickly. Mostly, I think you have not only are you raising a good point, but I would direct you to the work, we were talking earlier about someone I went to school with, Laurent Dubois, who has done work on sort of what we would call the Black Atlantic, but he's looking at Martinique and Guadeloupe and looking at sort of the Black Atlantic in a much more Francophone context. The reason where my emphasis had been Anglo-American was mostly because, to me, what was striking was, I brought in Nova Scotia as a comparative point, but it wasn't surprising to me to see British West Indian emancipation being celebrated in the British Empire, right? Or in Nova Scotia, and at this point you have to remember that Nova Scotia, as greater, the Dominion of Canada, is still at this point part of the British Empire. But that it's being practiced in the United States, right? And that we had declared independence from Great Britain, but yet we see people celebrating how the British actually followed through with ending slavery, but not the Americans. And they were, I think, more than anything, this was mostly used as a counterpoint for the fact that the people who we had declared were tyrannical and depriving us of liberty, and for whom that we had called, I think it was mentioned earlier, that we said that we were slaves, or enslaved by the, the British, in turn, freed slaves before the Americans did themselves, or at least it's still surviving in the American Republic. So I think that was just much more the focus of my paper, was finding this being celebrated, and just in the context of that, the French or the Francophone world is not brought up. But that doesn't mean that I think that you brought up an important point. I think, I think it goes back to, and we could talk about this, it could be a conversation throughout this entire conference, that I think when we talk about the Black Atlantic, it's very influenced by Paul Gilroy in the ways that it's a very Anglo-centric approach to thinking about the Black Atlantic. And I think there have been critics to that, to think about that you have to think of the Hispano world and the Francophone world that has to be a part of that conversation. If we're talking about the Americas, Europe, and Africa as being this interconnected world in which culture is exchanged and identities are formed, you can't just restrict it to one sort of nation or ethnocentrism. So I think you're absolutely right on that front. To bring it back to an earlier comment, though, briefly before I see the microphone, is that I think it's also very interesting that with British West Indian emancipation festivals, that it just is in this window between the 1840s and the 1850s, but it's precisely because Juneteenth, I think, replaces British West Indian emancipation festivals, at least in terms of Afro-American historical consciousness as a moment of emancipation that is continually celebrated. It's still, even where I live in Colorado Springs, in early June, it's celebrated even to this day. It was brought up that it's celebrated in places like, in Denver. That this memory of slavery and freedom is still alive, but it's been replaced by Juneteenth as opposed to British West Indian emancipation. And then I think it's something else worth talking about.
I just wanted to sort of support what you were saying, comment about the concepts of the Black Atlantic and the need to move away from an overly Anglo-centric conception thereof. I was trained as a Latin Americanist, and I just happened to do something a little bit more French-focused for today's event. But certainly I feel that we need to understand much better the way in which the events in the Caribbean impacted on Spanish-American independence. And I have to say that I think that sort of the recent wave of historical research on Spanish-American independence has actually made this more difficult to see, because the tendency is to stress continuities from the colonial period into the 19th century in a very laudable critical spirit. So, you know, an anti-Whiggish kind of impulse is probably always a good one. But I think we have lost track of sort of understanding what was revolutionary in the Spanish-American period. And to the extent that we see it, we now are sort of invited to see it or attribute it to Cadiz, you know, the Constitution of Cadiz of 1812, rather than to internal Caribbean events having perhaps to do with Haiti. And I mean, this is a completely different paper that I might have written but didn't. You know, recent scholarship tends to sort of say, well, you know, Cadiz was the liberal constitution, and sort of to the extent that the Spanish Americans embraced a radical agenda, it comes from Cadiz. Well, I would argue the exact opposite. I think Cadiz was a very racist constitution, and it played against the experience of Haiti, where, of course, as the colleague was saying before, you know, Bolivar had spent a year, and there's a whole other story which we can talk about. So I think there is a huge research agenda that has not opened up at all, and in fact has kind of been increasingly buried for all sorts of reasons, some of them having to do with Haiti and the problem of Haiti, but also I think other issues like, you know, Cadiz, whatever. And I wanted to say one thing about the question of Abidjan Colon. It's very, I really tried, it's very hard to find any documentation, because what I want is documentation about usage in Saint-Domingue, right? I don't want it necessarily in France, because they keep using the colonial nomenclature, right? What happens after 1804 under Dessalines is a return to the language of citoyen, citizenship, right? So they don't continue this use of, obviously colons are gone, they don't continue to use the term habitant, they say citizen. And I couldn't document anything for quite a while, except for this one anthology, but even there, you know, you're talking about a 6-year, 7-year interval. So I thought, you know, maybe something, this habitant concept has moved into popular speech. You know, that was sort of my explanation, because it does come back in popular speech in the mid-19th century, and then again in the 20th century, you know, in contemporary Creole. So that was sort of my hunch that maybe official discourse returns to a more conventional use, you know, citizenship, whereas popular speech, Creole, then develops this other kind of concept which is habitant, and which may have connotations of being free, for example, as the colleague was saying before. Or, you know, there may be much more to it than I realize. I mean, you know, it's just very slow work, because, you know, it's like a needle in a haystack. Sorry.
Thank you. Professor Fischer, I really enjoyed your presentation, and I was glad to hear you say that you're a student of the genealogy of human rights. And I was wondering if you have looked into the Declaration in France and the Constitution for Saint-Domingue with the argument of Malcolm X when he wanted to elevate the struggle of African Americans from civil rights to human rights and take that to the UN, and to see if there was any connection with that, and to see where the evolution of Malcolm X's, you know, thought process came along.
I have to admit I haven't done that work, but it sounds like a great idea to enrich the genealogy. I mean, that's what sort of that drives my whole impulse, is to look at these genealogies that are being produced from an extremely Eurocentric perspective. You know, if you look at Lynn Hunt's work, which is admirable in many ways, obviously, but there's very little that really engages with the, you know, history of the African diaspora, or you know, the struggle against slavery. I mean, the second edition, she adds struggle against slavery and abolitionism as a sort of a genealogical track, but I don't think that has the same weight as the original work that she did. And if you look at other philosophers that I sort of mentioned in passing, I think they're entirely caught up in a sort of a French-centric, French-German narrative. So I think that amplifying that story is obviously much needed, and I'm coming back with
And if I have one thing to say, if what you're saying is that you're bringing to my attention is that actually Haiti is actually very much alive in the African American historical memory, and I just don't think the research has been done to understand how that has continued and stayed alive within the African American community, of understanding, the role of Haiti as a touchstone for historical memory and sort of empowerment and Black consciousness. And I think that definitely needs to be something that's, it seems to me that's not looked at, and I think that's something should be.
Right, and this will be the final question.
Okay, thank you. The presentations and papers are great. Dr. Fischer, I want to ask you, because you mentioned Gede and Azaka and Vaudon, if you were, and the popular, if you were beginning to look into informal narratives of Haitian revolution among Haitians themselves, and to what extent have you been studying Creole and the way that the descendants and subjects of enslavement tell their own stories? It's similar to what you mentioned with hymns, looking into the spirituality, the spiritual narrative via song and dance, the way that Haitians tell their own story, and look at, in terms of thinking about language like habitant, habitant, and there may be something there thinking about Francophonies themselves. And then Dr. Ruiz, I want to ask if you were looking at, and I think somebody else mentioned, another professor talked about this sort of invisible presence of people who were not a part of Nova Scotian celebrations. Have you looked into the development of Juves in Georgia and Savannah and the Carolinas, these sort of celebrations that happen in the summer around August, Black August celebrations like here in Chicago for sure, and other parts of the U.S. That celebrate August 1st through the end of August. And some of the
Let
many...
me just ask you real quick.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that August 1st has been continued to be celebrated?
Oh, yeah.
But are you saying, but is it within the West Indian component of the African American community?
And even explicitly Haitian. And West Indian for sure, and also Haitian, where the whole month, I mean, there are other events added throughout. It's actually an Afro-diasporic celebration where you celebrate and fast for the whole month. I know that we do it here in Chicago. There's a whole community of us who do it here. But also, so Juve, South Carolina, some of the mini revolutions in Sea Islands in Georgia, like Sapelo, Asabao, those populations that had remained a little bit more independent within the context of enslavement, but in part because they revolted and they kept pushing back. But those are my, and also Trinidad. I was thinking about Carnival, Juve's, Mas, this whole reenactment of the procession of slaves, of people covered in mud as well. That's it, those are my questions. Thank you.
If I could quickly answer, well, in terms of sort of the historical literature and the research, I think they see, I think I was saying it earlier, that there's sort of this rise and then kind of decline because the Civil War and the liberation of African Americans in the American South becomes sort of the #1 agenda, that becomes sort of where most of this, the emphasis is pushed in terms of Black liberation. But in some way, what you say, so that's, and I was saying earlier where Juneteenth, I think, kind of replaces Abolition Day, at least in terms of celebration within sort of African American communities, at least publicly in the 19th century. But that you talk about the Georgia Sea Islands and South Carolina and places like that, well, I find that interesting because those are places that are often associated with having sort of deep African roots and where Africanisms have been sustained for the longest. So it doesn't surprise me in some ways that there's a sense of independence that would sustain sort of this kind of much more, what we would call a Black Atlantic connection, right? That might be maybe almost not exactly connected to what we would say an African American community in terms of association with sort of the United States in terms of these kinds of holidays, but I mean, you could probably speak more to that than I can.
Bryan.
But I find that really interesting.
Okay, cancel the keynote. I'm sorry, but we actually do have to stop because the keynote's going to be in about 10 minutes, right? So we can continue the conversation. Thank you very much for your comments, for your questions, and we've been engaged in real body making here.